There we go. Oh, hold on. There we go now. Let me just slant this a little bit more. Move that over here and hi! Hello! Let me go ahead and start dandy. Oops. Yes. Oh, you're right. Okay. For a second I thought I wasn't streaming today. Oh boy. Okay. We're done. And let me go ahead and move YouTube over here so I can see stuff and things. Hi Giraffe, welcome. Hi. I'm doing great. A little disappointed. I've had my heart crushed. In Discord, we were chatting about games and I forget who or how the conversation started, but someone brought up Stardew Valley, so I decided to get back into it recently. There is an event in the game called the Flower Dance where you can ask someone to dance with you for a flower dance. And I got rejected, I think, 20 times. I asked everyone. They all said no. So my heart's a little crushed and broken. You know, it could just be a friendship dance, but no one said anything. Everyone just said, nope, I don't wanna. And some people were of the thing of just saying, nope, I don't wanna dance. Other people were saying, ew, disgusting, gross, why would I ever dance with you? So, you know, my feelings were crushed on that day. Hi, Disco, welcome to stream. Indeed, I'm recovering, and you know what? At this point, I'm just hatching a revenge plot for next year in Stardew Valley when the Flower Dance comes up again, as it only happens once a year. And I'll be cool, and they won't want to, you know, they'll ask me to dance, and I'll say no. The Flower Dance is an event in Stardew Valley. Hi, MKM. Well, hold on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna get revenge. Everyone said no to dancing with me. You know, I'm the new farmer in town, and yet no one wants to take a chance. So I'm gonna get really cool. I'm gonna get all the credits, and then just not ask anyone. Let them ask me. And when they ask me, that's when I'll strike. Oh man. Well, so that's my plans. That's what I've been up to. I've been scheming. I've been plotting. What have you all been doing? Any games? Any fun things this week? I know, what was it? Sunday? I had to cancel Sunday and move that one over to today. So now we're doing today is programming, and hopefully we'll be able to. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be great, and I'll bring a camera. Last week, Sunday was canceled so that I could try to figure out things on Discord. So I could try to figure out things on hold on. Streaming OBS, right? Hello, Bo. Welcome to stream. Last week, what was I saying? Yeah. I did most of everything I wanted to get done on Sunday this week, so we should be good to go. We're on track. Hopefully, fingers crossed, this will be the last stream referring to customers, and then we can move on to other aspects of the game and I'm hoping we can wrap things up. How am I doing? I'm doing great. I'm doing lovely. I'm doing excited and pumped and ready to go. I've got a fire in my spark, as the initial hope was to finish up doing, well, I wanted to, oh, hi, Prismatic Queen. Did I say that right? Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. And okay, just making sure the timer. Indeed, yeah. My initial hope was to do, what was it? The initial hope was that we could have the game finished in 3 months, and I started it towards the end of August. That's not happening. So the hope now is that I'll have it done by the end of the year, and fingers crossed, as, yeah, I wanted to do it fast, and I was hoping, but at this point, I think it'll be like a 4-month project. But that's good, that's fine, I'm fine with that. I want to take things slow and really digest the information I'm getting when it comes to making games. This is my second game. All the same though, I want it to be good. It doesn't need to be good, but it needs to be good. Does that make sense? A sort of thing of saying, I'm cooking, all right. And hold on, well, I have seen that name before. Divyanash? Is that how you say it? Welcome back. I do recall that name. That one's a very unique one. But yeah, I'll cook. It'll take me some time. You know, I'm more of a slow cooker. I put it on a low heat. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a masterpiece. Exactly. It's meant to get experience under my belt. And usually they say, what, you have to do 30? Just div. Got ya. It's gonna take me a second to remember everything, but I'll try my best. So div it is. And welcome back to the stream. Dude, yeah. It's a thing of knowing a lot of people don't get success with their games until 50 games? And I'm only on my second, so I can't hope for much. And what are those sounds? Hold on. I hear 2 sounds, but I can't hear them, so I'm assuming they're subscriptions on YouTube, and they'll pop up on my thing in a second. And once they do, you will be properly thanked. As I can't see them on my thing, it takes a second. It's a little delayed, but thank you. Wow. What's up, poor? You'll be properly thanked, but thank you. Okay, so with all of that said, and it seems to be YouTube's holding up so far, and everything's going good, we will go to the screens. Cha-cha-cha. Would you believe me if I said I pressed the wrong screen? I hope it doesn't take too long, as 2 years? Make 4 games with every 4 months a game? That's a lot, that's dedication, but I'm dedicated and I'm here, so we'll see. And today is pretty simple-ish. The hope is to wrap up the customers. I have done most of everything. Their spawning's good to go. Their moving's good to go. It's just the ordering system that needs a little bit of tweaking and work. So that's what we're working on today, and hopefully that'll be the last of the customer saga, and then we'll move on to other parts of the game and then fuse them together. So we're nearing the end of where the game will be prototype. So once the game's on prototype and once the prototype's done, then we move into polish and adding menus and cool stuff and shiny things and redoing the assets. That's the hope for today's stream. With that said, let's hop right into things with the pitch, and then I'll talk about the plan. Okay, let's see. Gotta always remember to do it right. Give me 1 second to, get my good outfit on. So would it appear and seem you are stuck at an elevator? And you've got some time to spare and a few minutes here and there, and all I'm asking for is 1 minute. Let me just, scooch right up here and hi, hello, welcome. Welcome to the elevator that you're totally not trapped at. Welcome to a section I like to do on my stream at the beginning called the elevator pitch. It's basically where I try to pitch my game to you in 1 minute to hopefully help me do some practice in pitching the game, while also giving people who are joining the stream for the first time a chance to understand what's going on, understand the idea I'm going for, and overall just a introduction. So with that said, I'm going to start the timer for 1 minute, and then we're gonna see how we do. Wow, suit, yeah, I'm very business. Established. Oh no, that'd be awful, that'd be disgusting, what do you mean? Okay, so with that said, let me go ahead and put the timer on for 1 minute, and once I press start, 1 minute to describe the game and tell you about it. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a restaurant sim game where instead of serving your food normally, it is a rhythm typing game. So instead of cooking your food, you have to summon the food through magic and poems and spells. So the idea behind the game is that you'll have to type out on your computer the spells in a rhythm fashion by typing to the beat and the metronome. You play as Gabriella, a necromancer who doesn't want to become a necromancer. So instead, at her esteemed academy, you decide to open up a cute little cafe in the basement where no one usually goes. So your not your students, but your patrons are fellow students of yours who come to your cafe and are different types of wizards. You have your cryomancers, your pyromancers, and you serve them your food that you summon and create. And the goal is by the end of the semester, you will make enough credibility that you can show your family, hey, look, I don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. I want to be a baker, and I can do this. All you have to do is trust and believe in me. And that is Necrotype Cafe. Oh, what do you think? Are you convinced? That is the pitch. And with the pitch said, let's get into planning. But hold on, let me go ahead and get some water. 1 second. Okay. It is now business time. That was pretty smooth. Thank you. You should see the first time I tried to do the pitch. It's definitely getting a lot better. Right. I'll move you over into concepts. Here we go. And I still have the suit on. 1 second. Let me go ahead and Alright, I'm out of the business. Now we talk programming. And thank you, Giraffe. I'm glad you liked it. I always have fun with it. I'm hoping YouTube can pop up in here soon so I don't have to look at 2 screens. That's more than okay. And let me go ahead and grab a good old Bobby. They can be used as a wonderful supporter and stress toy. Alright, so today's agenda, and let me go ahead and move my tablet out of the way, my keyboard out of the way, so I can have, oh, there we go. Everything set to go, and let me go ahead and move this back over here, and let's see. Just a bit of a comment, you don't want to push stuff, but you just gotta say what you learn, which is to introduce the game in general terms, then be more specific little by little. Ooh, sure, yeah. And welcome, hold on, let me say this right. Jediah Yap? That's true. Yeah, I'll try that next time. Pitching more towards a general audience. I got ya. Yeah, that's the goal, though. Hopefully, if you never heard of the gaming before, pitch is supposed to be a good overall thing, but if it didn't catch your attention or ears, that's good to know, and thank you for letting me know. As yeah, it's a work in progress. Oops. Oh. Okay, now we're good. Okay. So in here is the overall canvas of the game that has been, all of this has been the just general workings of the game. And in this little corner right here is the corner we'll be working on, the customer corner, I like to call it. I have worked on, see, you're actually a game dev student? Yeah, I was, but I dropped out as it didn't work for me. But good luck in your lessons, and yeah, you can definitely learn a lot. So in saying that, it's a restaurant sim, and how restaurant sims work is you have, and let me move up here, you have, let me select, there we go. You have a customer, and will it let me move around, or nope. Doesn't want me to move. Maybe I can do, oh, like this? Nope. Huh. I feel like this worked a while ago and I'm just forgetting. Probably. Oh, there we go. All right. So your customers spawn in, right? You have to go up to the customer, say, all right, here, take your seat. The customer finds a seat into the cafe, sits down. It takes a second for them to figure out their order. Then they raise up their hand and go, hey, I have an order. And you go to them, all right, I'm coming to get your order. Then you get their order. Then you have to go into the back. And you know what? As I'm saying that, I realize, why don't I just show you? As now I can do that. I can show you what's going on. Let's go into Godot. Bum. And here we are in Godot, the wonderful, wonderful program that is. And I'll go ahead and run the game, and I will show you what's going on. It's a little bit easier to explain than doing the little stickers and diagrams. So we'll go ahead and, if it'll load properly, we can go ahead and do here we go. Wonderful. Here is the game. I say as the game then doesn't want to show. Hold on. Let's see, what if I do this and this? And we'll see where it goes. And okay, OBS is set to freeze, so maybe my problems aren't done quite yet. I'll give it a sec. We're back. And nope, we're not back apparently. Oh boy, fun. Yeah, problems all of a sudden, but it's okay, especially since it's the start of the stream. I'm sure things will move out as we go along. Okay, there we go. Here's the game. Are we good to go now? There we go. Great. Well, this is in-game instead of the screenshot. Makes it a little bit easier. You can move around, walk around. So your customers are here, they spawn here, and then you can sit them down at the table, and then they'll wait to ask their order. And then once they have the order, you will go back into this back room here. You'll do some spell, magic, rhythm typing, make the order, come back over here, and serve the order. That's the simple part of just the explanation, but there's a more in-depth parts. So I can do spawn here, and look, we have a customer. Isn't that neat? I've been working on that all week. So here is our customer, and then all you have to do is, as soon as you take the customer's order, you sit them down, and they go to an empty seat and sit like that. Isn't that cool? And after they sit, it'll take them a second and they'll figure out their order. Once they figure out the order, like I said, you'll just say, all right, I'm gonna go get your order. Then you'll go get their order. The customer might get angry because you don't serve it in time, or maybe they finish their food, at which point they'll just leave. And now that is them leaving. Look at them go. And like that. And this tester I've been making also allows me to do, hold on, spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat. Isn't that neat? It took me a while, okay, to show it off. Seating technology, exactly. They can all sit and imagine. They all decide, you know what, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm in a riot. Something's going on, something weird. And that is that. So in saying that, now that you've had a little bit of a better look at what's going on currently, idling is good. They're waiting. That's what was shown. Them being able to go to a seat is also done. Them sitting and waiting and doing nothing, also good to go. And them leaving, also good to go. What's left here is, as you can see, the order part. We need to figure out the order section. Right now, we have a way to randomize orders, but we need a way to show to the player that the orders are ready to be made. The orders need to be added, those sort of things. I'm saying all of that, let's see. Progress stages. That's what we're working on today. Oops. Like this. And if I go back into Godot, hey, let's see, where are we at? Godot. Seating technology. You wouldn't think it's hard, but it's... Oh, and Godot closed. Oh, technical difficulties. You're wonderful, I do say. That's fine. I'll reopen it. Give it a second. Bum bum. Let's see, what was I gonna say? Yeah. Right now I have a, what is it called? It's what happens when the customers, or a state machine. Right now, order is set to a state machine, but I think the order needs to be set on its own. Let me go ahead and reopen this so you can see us now. Godot is loaded, and we'll give it a second. Does it only crash while streaming? Nope. It does it when I'm even not streaming. I thought about that as well, but no. Unfortunately, it just seems to happen. And I'm not sure why, but I've been searching online, just Googling stuff, and haven't been able to find anything. For now, it serves my purpose. So I'll go ahead and go back into Godot here, so you can see. There we go. Let me make it a little bit bigger, like this. Hold on. Give it a second to resize. Wonderful. Okay, and I can go ahead and minimize this guy, and now we should be good to go. So in saying that, I was saying about the state machine, and also apparently you can middle click. No, oh, it does work. You can middle click stuff to close it. I did not know, and that's neat. I was like, it definitely helps instead of doing other things. So I'll go ahead and close all other tabs. So in our cafe, we have our customers and all of these things. I'll turn that down a little bit. All we really have to worry right now is our customer. In the customer script and everything, we have the sprites, and this is what I meant by the state machine. Right now, the customer has an order state, a move state, a sit state, and an idle state. And I'm thinking, because they need to know when their orders and all of those things, maybe orders shouldn't be a state, or at least there is an ordering state, right? But their process of order. In here, I think it'll be a little bit easier to explain if I can do this. Yeah, here. I think this should be in the customer itself, as we have empty, in progress, order, waiting, completed, right? So I think instead it should be customer progress, a way to tell their current state or the current progress and saying, all right, so the customer right now is empty. Or maybe it should be, instead of empty, it can be something like in line. That is their current state. So once they're in line, you then tell them to go to a seat. Yeah, you tell them to go to a seat. So now they're in progress or ordered or waiting. Things of that sort, I think, will be better suited to go into customer. So in saying that, all of these things are for actual orders. And let me go ahead and make this. Move this down a little bit. Or, never mind. Might be a little bit too big. Let me try redoing that exercise, as that's an easy fix. Save and restart. Give it a second to save and reload, and then we'll go from there. And while that's waiting, let me get some more water. Yeah, that's a better size for me. Okie dokie. We can go ahead and make this a little bit smaller, maybe Godot screen. Is that what you want? Minimize slightly. Always some sort of technical difficulties to be had. But that's okay. They are growing pains and learning pains. Let's go ahead and resize it to about here. And then we should be good to go. Let me close this here. Like that. We're good? Yep. Oh, hold on. Like this. There we go. Okay. So back up here in our order. Let me go down a little bit. I'm thinking we grab all of these guys and move them. I can go ahead and just do, let's see, type, random, yeah. All of this can just be moved to customer, is what I'm thinking. We can grab all of this, and we don't need any of that. All of this can stay in here, as this is the order. And saying that, we go to our customer script, and here right now the customer has a target where they go to, so it's the target's just a seat. The cool thing about this, or at least I kind of find it neat, is that in the game I want to have ghosts that spawn that will follow you around. So having a target, not just seat, means that I can have them follow anything, or any mob follow anything. That could offer neat open-ended ideas and just hard-coding it for seat. And saying that, we have export var current state. All of this makes sense. There is no empty now though, there's inline. We have empty inline, and this is inline. That's good to go. And I believe order should be fine, as, yeah, none of that was touching anything in order. That's good. I definitely think moving it was the right idea. In saying that, we can go ahead and see export state. What I want to do is figure out the process of the customer. For example, first off, the customer starts off by waiting in line, and at this point, the customer can either be seated or get angry or leave. Because they get angry. They're either seated or leave. Let me go down a little bit here. But after waiting in line, then they move to their seat. That one's pretty simple to do, I think. So wait in line, then they move to seat, or rather yet, how about being seated? Being seated. After they're seated, they take some time to figure out their order. What would you call this? Would it be waiting on the menu, or would it be more so idling, or it's a state of just reading, looking through the menu, weighing their options. So we can say, how about choosing for now? We can call it choosing. This is when they're looking through the menu. The choosing, or it could even be described as reading menu. Reading menu. And depending on the character or the customer, that can take some time, depending on the timer. And then after they're choosing or reading the menu, next up comes waiting to be ordered. Or how about order ready, or order ready, we can say ordered. Yeah, in progress. For now, let's just say order ready. Ordering. Order ready. After their order's ready, you come and get the order. And now their order is in progress. So that's the in progress part. In progress. Then once they're in progress, then they are eating. And once they're done eating, they need to pay. And that'll be paying. Hello, Escobar. Welcome back. Welcome to the trials and tribulations of coding. So let's see. They're paying. And then after they pay, they leave. They leave. Now the question is, some games I've seen have it where the customer you'll have to get their money, right? And clean the table. That is a way to do it. Or it's just clean and it's all good to go. Right now, let's just slowly go through the list, and I think we'll get there bit by bit. Right now, let's start with the inline state. Yeah, I think inline's good. Waiting in line, inline state. This is them inline. Then after that, I think it's better to say they are reading menu. Maybe that's the progress. We can say progress. Customer progress. Progress is in line. Yeah, instead of it sounding like state, I think that's a little bit better. We can go ahead and just say, and I think, what was it? Select Alt, know I'm trying to learn new cool techniques, but they're tricky. Nope. Maybe this. Nope. Alright then. I can go ahead and do... Oh, I know there's a way to do it, but I'm not at that level where I understand all of the hotkeys. We can go ahead and do... Oops. This. Now they're all progress. Progress to string. Go ahead and do progress. Progress. Let me make sure this is up. Okay, good, good. And also make sure the... Okay, good, good. We have our progress in line. I'm thinking we have the inline, right? And then we have being seated, but I don't know if being seated needs to be its own progress, right? It's kind of a transition point. So maybe instead it's not. The progress right now is you're either in line. If you're not in line, then you're reading menu. Reading menu. I like that one a little bit better. After you read the menu, you're waiting. Waiting for order is a progress, I think. That's the in progress. I'm thinking in progress, I don't like, right? It would be progress dot in progress. I don't like that idea. So we'll instead do ordering or waiting for order. Waiting for order. Ordering I think is better. Ordering. This is when they're ready for their order to be taken. We can go ahead and just add these just in case. Inline just means waiting in line. Reading menu means reading menu. My hope is that I'll have variables and functions that can read themselves so you don't have to wonder what they are. So I think, yeah, waiting in line, you're waiting in line. Reading menu, you're reading the menu. Ordering, they're ready to order. Waiting, that means they're waiting for the order. And then once that's over, their order is completed. But after their waiting completed, let's see. So after they're waiting also means, and I think I'll just add this here, and leave. And should customers be able to leave if their order isn't being taken? Kind of think maybe. That'd be very hectic, wouldn't it? Waiting for waiter. That's very long, but that would work. And hello, welcome back, Sec. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Waiting on it. I don't think that matters much, but waiting for waiter. Yeah, I like that. In line, reading the menu, then they're waiting for the waiter. Now they're just waiting. But now it's kind of a waiting for waiter, right? Waiting for, let's see. We can keep it for now and change it later, but I definitely don't like how they're both waiting. That one sounds a little off, but we can always come back to it. So after waiting here, they can leave. They're waiting, I guess it would be waiting for order, right? That would be the other one. And then after waiting for order, so in line, they can leave. Waiting for order, they can leave. Once the order's completed, now they're eating. And after they're done eating, then they can either, as I'm thinking, paying, waiting to be paid, or waiting for bills to be, waiting for check. Yeah, I think I like that better. Waiting for check. Though again, it could be a thing of just, and let me go ahead and also add on here, leave. And I think leave is a good progress, as they all end up leave, but leave is its own thing. But I'm thinking, for example, like I said, some games have it where you have to clean the table and then you get it, or some customers just excuse themselves. But realistically, I say, those games don't have to be realistic, but the waiter has to say, all right, now you can leave. They don't just up and go. With that all done, we can go ahead and get rid of this, since this kind of explains the progress. And after that, we can go ahead and do inline, and I'll just copy these guys. I think it's a little bit easier. Reading menu, and so. Go ahead and do progress dot on all of these. And this is just a way for me to tell what's going on with the customer in text. So with that done, we can go ahead and do, let's see, reading menu. We can go ahead and do waiting for waiter. Then we can do waiting, oops, waiting for order. We can go ahead and do eating, and then waiting for check. Waiting for check. And then we can go ahead and say leave. Or would it be leave or leaving, right? So leaving. L-E-A-V-I-N-G, right? L-E-A-V-E. V-E doesn't sound right. Usually you get rid of the E if it has an ing right. Let's go ahead and just do leaving. Okay. I think our plan of attack now is just to go down this list and slowly figure out that order progress. And in saying that, how we currently have it is, and if I go ahead and click play again on here, and actually let me go ahead and also, state machine, where are we at? I want to show off what state it's in. This would be our state name, and right now our state name is test. So where are we affecting the state name at is my question. We have to add another one. Right now, the text has over their head their state, not their order. The order right now has been in the text, and you can see down here, if we go their print, they generate an order, and then up here, yep, print order, and orders are printed. We can go ahead and do in our set order. Yeah, we can have a print order. I'm seeing normal generate, valid random. You can go ahead and do this, and it should print the order. Fingers crossed. We have set order, print order, like this. And if we go ahead and press play, in the text below it should say the order. Yep, you can see down there it says flavor combo sweet bitter cake. And if I go ahead and spawn another one, it should say, yeah, sweet bitter cake. I'm wondering, is it going to be the same one? So if I go ahead and seat, I don't hear sweet bitter cake. Oh, that might be a bit of a problem. Either it's a problem or they're just not being, the randomization's pretty off. Let's see, sweet bitter cake. Sweet bitter cake. Oh no, bitter bitter. Okay, so the randomization does work. Just not favored. That's good. Okay. And if you see on here as well, go off a quick glance, the state is above their head. So I want to put their process above the state. And that's how we can do it. Saying that, let me go ahead and hide this. And we can go ahead and make another rich text label right here, enter, and then go ahead and do process, label. It's just like calling them labels, and I'll move you up here. And back in our customer, progress, I see. Progress works too. And then back in here, we have our state name. Where is that at? Up there. And actually, I think it'd be a little bit better to just duplicate you and call you progress label. Progress label, what? Need to delete this guy here. Delete. And now we can call you progress label. And now we can say, this guy gets moved down a little bit. It'll let me move it down a little bit, like down there. Or yeah, down there. There we go. And it should be good for the, nope. Okay, you go up and up instead. Then back in scripts, under our customer, we can go ahead and add this label here. And then we'll have the function to just tell us where we're at. I'll zoom in a little bit so I can see a little bit clearer. We can go ahead and do func. Yeah, func's fine. Func ready. And then we can go ahead and say our progress label dot text equals, and then I can go back in here into our state machine and just grab this since it's easier to grab. And with that said, grab that, the current state name, and then we can go ahead and say our current progress. Oh, well, it would be progress to dictionary, then do current state. Like this. Current state. Right? Yeah, okay, we're good to go. And how about we make this color? Always a fan of crimson. If that is good to go, and okay, I didn't do the hide thing correctly. We're good. So hopefully the progress state will be above their head when I click spawn. Yep, and it says inline right there. Wonderful. With that said, I can go ahead and hide this guy. Now what we want to have happen is once they have their order taken, so once they're seated, then they go from having their progress, they go from progress to reading menu. And to do that, I think, how can we do that? Once they're seated, that would be down here or in the state machine where, oh, okay. Second, I was getting worried about the red, but down here where it says sit customer, this will be where the customer is seated. So we can go ahead and do it in here. So once when the customer is being seated, we can go ahead and do the parent. So get parent get parent, and then we need to change the progress, the label, the progress and the label. We can go ahead and say, I guess this is where a state machine would come in handy, right? And hi Tomer Barkovic. Did I say that right? Welcome to stream. You about what in particular? Actually no, I will not ask that. If we mean the code, I can understand. It's a prototype code. I will go back and change it if that's what you're referring to. Okay. So in saying that, we need a way to when they're being seated, their order changes to reading menu. Let's see. How can we say that? As if we just write a function for all of these, I don't quite like that, but it might be what we go for right now. It just needs to be a way to say, Also, this I think should be a func process. That way we can constantly change. So that might get very laggy. We'll see. But I'll just have it the current state. There we go. Make it a little bit more updating so we don't have to keep changing the text. But what we do need to do is, and I guess it doesn't need to be changed here, right? In the state machine itself will change it. For example, the current state then goes to reading menu. I'm kind of okay with that, I think. So for example, once we're in the sit state, then we go where are we at? The order process itself, not really sure what I was doing here, but it was a thing of, okay, well, we need something temporarily. And then once we come back, if we need it, we need it. If we don't, we don't. We can go back to sit state and, not sit state, the state machine, right? And then we go get parent dot current state equals customer dot progress. Oh, it also needs to be changed. It doesn't need to be current state, it needs to be current progress. Like this. And then we can go ahead and go back here at the current progress. And then back in our state machine, customer.progress. And then we can do reading menu. So hopefully now, what should happen, and also here when they're moving to exit, we can go ahead and say, here, we can go ahead and just do reading menu, leaving. So hopefully now, when they're seated, they should, or let me double check. Occupied customer, sit customer. Let's see, customer, sit state. Yeah, okay. This should work. Let's move this down here, I think. Because we only want the state to change once they sit down during that transition. So I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, let's see what we get. We have our spawn inline. Then we go see it. They're still inline, that's good. Now they're reading menu, which is great. And I think that color has to be changed. Then, once I do delete, they're leaving. That's good to go. They are currently having their state updated. When their state with their progress in the state machine. A state within a state. And, Godot closed again. Huh. Yeah. Oh, maybe it's because I put the print in the label? I don't have too many guesses, but that's more than fine. It's a good thing I constantly save, and it's also a good thing that it saves every time it runs. So progress isn't lost. Maybe a little bit of morale, but aside from that, all is good. Get more water. 1, 2, 3, and Clash, and this is in the stream. Hello, how are you? Hi, Clash. I think your appearance has made it crash, but I'm doing overall very well. I hope you're doing good too, but welcome to stream. And saying that, let me go ahead and fix Godot again since it's crashed, and we're good. Wonderful. Okay. Where were we? We were in line. Wait, I saved it and it crashed again. I'm sensing a pattern here, and I don't like it. And I'm confused. And that is okay. I often say the best way forward is through confusion, I think. Let's go ahead and edit, dun dun, and hopefully Godot will realize its mistakes and its errors and decide, you know what, I'm done crashing. And since it seems to crash every time I try to resize it, I'm not gonna try to resize it. Oh no, programming stream. Wishing you luck, yup. Though when it's issues, it always seems to have a few. So I can go ahead and just grab the screen and then I'll just do this instead and see if that helps. If I don't touch it and I don't resize it, does it decide it's okay now? As when I resized it, it acted funny, which is weird. But that's okay. So we have our in progress line, and just want to see if I click play. Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it happy? Spawn, delete, spawn, seat. Okay. Yeah. Odd, but seems like some sort of bug. And that is, I guess, what we deal with here, isn't it? Okay. So in saying all of that, we have our inline right now, we have our reading menu, and we have our waiting for waiter. And this crimson, I'm gonna change to how about aqua? Is that a little bit easier to see? This crimson's a little bit too dark. Go back up here to our game capture. If I spawn, yep, that's far easier to see. Okay, good. Crashed again. Every time I close the program, it crashes. Let me go into here for a second. Reopen it. Bug my, have you forgotten about the feature? Exactly, yeah. It seems to be some sort of lovely feature Godot's trying to implement its way, wriggle its way. Okay, it's back up. Okay, Godot. So I'll go ahead and maybe just make this ready instead. And then, ready, function. Oh, right. This is what you want instead. Yeah, okay. So once the customer is reading the menu, this is where the timer comes into play. They'll have a patience timer, right? And the patience timer will depend on the patient timer is kind of being changed over and over again. The patience, make sure that's spelled right. P-A, let's see. Grab you from there. Okay. We have a timer. And, well, not a timer, it'll be a timer, right? Well, you can say you're coding along with you, throwing up a menu before adding stuff for the playable build you requested. I see, I'm excited. It'll be, yeah, playable menu. Menus I found to be hard. But good luck. Let's see, we have a timer, and this is our patience timer, P-A-T-I-E-N-C. We have our patience timer. Hi, Cloco? Is that how you say it? Cloco? Hopefully I said it right. Cloco Mix. Welcome to stream. Let's see. Patience timer. And then we have a bar. Progress bar. Right up there. And then we have, yeah, progress bar. And so that'll be P-A-T-I-E-N-C-E bar. Now I'm not too sure how I want it to look. Right now, we'll just have a bar to show off the patience. We can go ahead and make that patience bar big and small. Choco? Like that? Is that how you say it? Choco? Or chico? Like that? Let's see. Maybe I can change the... No. I need to do scale. Should just be able to type in... Yep, scale here, right here. Wonderful. Godot has timers? Yeah, in Unity you have to use, I don't even know what that word is. Quarantine? Oh, that sounds awful. And welcome to stream, hold on. The artist formerly known as Sneed. Welcome to stream as well, and oh boy. Never a better time to have it. Yeah, I see, coroutines are quite tricky to use, And hello, Jedediah, yeah, I think I've said your name already. So let's see. We have our patience bar and our patience timer. And I can go ahead and just drag these two guys into here like that. Oh, I only grabbed one. We have our patience bar and our patience timer. There we go. And we can go back up here. And is this the right? Yeah, it is customer. Gotcha. We have our progress label. We have our target and our profile. We have patience bar and patience timer. I gotcha. Wonderful. I'm glad I was able to get it right. So saying that, we have our patience timer and our patience bar. And now we need a way to show off the bar and the timer. We don't need the progress or percentage. It just needs to be the bar. And fill mode, begin to end. Let's see. Colors. I wonder how you can change the colors. It's this. When set to true, the progress bar indicates that something is happening. Okay. I don't think we need any of that. Rounded's pretty neat. Let's keep on rounded. And with that set to go, I'm thinking, okay, there's probably a way to do it, or at least this tutorial. They're kind of like a timer, but they're more like a countdown, and they're fun to pause. I see. Yeah, oh boy. Kind of like a timer, but more like a countdown. That is what we need here, is a countdown timer. So if the timer reaches 0, and then, oh boy, the fact that fun is in quotes, it scares me a little. Let's see, we have the patience bar and the patience timer. Like the new profile picture? Thank you, Dungeons and Determinations, and welcome back to stream. I'm glad you like it. Took a second, but figured out a cool design. What I need to figure out now, right now at least, is I need to pair the timer and the bar together. That is the next step. And also in saying that, in the customer, if I go here or up here, the customer's profile, if I in here. Right now we have a resource for the customer profile. It's a little something like this. And they have a patience meter. Wouldn't you know it? And for example, for the necromancer profile, if we go into here in our resourcer, it'll let us. Here we go. They have a line patience, an order patience, a waiting patience, and a devour speed. And all that means is that we can take these patients, or their patience level, and we should be able to put them into the timer. So for example, if the base number is 60, or never mind, we already have the numbers right here. What am I saying? Wonderful then. Then all we have to do here is just get the number from the enum. Great. What will the game be about? It is a restaurant simulator game, and it is a rhythm typing game. The idea is that you'll have customers come into the restaurant, and in order to serve them food, you have to play a typing game and type to the rhythm, and you're typing out a poem. And is that Casper? Cacper? Wowls? Welcome to stream. I hope that answered it. What we need to do is do this customer profile, and I'll just copy and paste. It's a little bit easier to figure out the things. And don't want all of that. We just want this. Yeah, the mini game for the typing, rhythm typing, is already implemented. Now we just need to add the actual cafe portion. What's the goal of this part? Is to work on the customers and have them do their thing when it comes to ordering and getting the food. And I can go ahead and just get rid of this. We have a function in them called devour speed. We have a function in them called waiting patience. We have a function in them called order patience. We have one called line patience, not a function, variable. Line patience, and that should be good to go. And we should just be able to yoink all of these variables, like so. And that should be good. And it'll just be their profile dot. Will be all of these guys. So these profile dot. And that's their timers, their number, or the number the timer will be set to. And then, saying that, now we just need a way to pair the timer with the patience bar. And to do that, not too sure about. For example, starting off with inline, what we can do, and thought something popped up for a second. Let's just try to get the timer, the number up. That's the best way to say it. We can go ahead and say, okay, what I'm trying to do, and let me go ahead and block these out. It's a little bit easier on my eyes, and I can have all the variables I need. Okay. Right now we need the line patience. This is when they're in line and they're waiting, and if you don't get their line patience in time, they get angry and get really bad. So we can go ahead and say maybe a function that pairs a func set timer, like this. And then we have a void. This doesn't do anything. But on our func set timer, And then I'm guessing what we can do is have it pair up to these guys down here. All these progressing progresses. What I'm thinking is we have the progress, right? And then we have a way to say, all right, depending on the current state, get the timer or set the timer. Not too sure how that's gonna work out, but we'll see. For now, at least, we'll take the. That's why I'm thinking it needs to be a. It needs to be a dictionary. For example, it would line up with the. Well, not func. It would be a var progress timer value. Progress timer value. And now I think that works. And that's a dictionary. Progress timer value dictionary. And then we can go ahead and do the equal, and then it's curly brackets, isn't it, I think? Unless there's no equal. But then it would be progress dot inline. And yeah, I don't think equals in here. Like that. Well, no, equals right here. I could have just looked at this. Oh boy. Yeah, equal. Equal is there. We have a var, and then that, inline, and then we can pair it up with our line patients. We can go ahead and grab all of these guys. And then down here, what we can say is inline links up to our line patients. Then we have our order patients, we have our waiting patients, and our devour patients. So this is just their overall willingness. Our order patients, waiting patients, and devour patients. Like this. And then that gets rid of all these guys. And then our progress in line, our order patients. Now this is, I guess, reading patients, but then it wouldn't be patients, right? But reading speed, I guess, or ordering speed, as our order patients is different, I think, than the waiting patients. But we can go ahead and just say eating is eating, or eating speed, but instead of devour, just so we can keep things same, we can go ahead back into our order and go ahead, or not in order, oops, it'd be in here. And instead of devour, it would be eating. Eating speed. Then we can go ahead and do eating here, eating. Go ahead and do eating here. Making sure they're all the same. Make things a little bit easier to understand. Going back and updating stuff. Order, or I can just grab it from here. Like this. And then we can go ahead and just say eating speed is here. Like that. Are you happy now, or what's wrong? Eating speed, oh, devour speed, where are we at? Eating speed, eating speed. There we go, okay. Right now we have the line patients, that's true. We have an order patients. Now I'm not sure about the order. What we did with the customer here is we did reading menu. And I definitely think maybe some are fast readers, maybe some are slow readers when they're reading the menu. Then we have waiting for waiter. That's waiter patients waiting for order. Do all of these have lines? Or not lines, but timers, do you think? And depending on it, they can leave. For example, the reading menu, they can leave. That's the most important part about the timer. They have the inline timer, they have the waiting for order timer, that's how much they're willing to wait. And I'm thinking, yeah, as far as I'm thinking, they have the reading menu, right? And that doesn't have a timer because it's just a set time where they're reading. Once they're done reading, now they're waiting for their order to be taken. That's waiting for waiter. And while they're waiting for waiter, they can leave. Waiting for order, doesn't need that. Waiting for check, that one needs that, and I think that's good. With that said, we can go ahead and say progress in line, that is it. We need one for waiting for waiter, we need one for order, and we need one for check. And aside from check, or we can go ahead and do this. Aside from check, we need eating. We also need reading speed. And this is eating speed right here. Eating speed. We have one for eating speed and we need one for reading speed. For example, maybe some are more scholarly than others, or maybe some are more excited about what they want to order. So the order is quicker. They order faster. Let's see, ordering or reading. Yeah, we're gonna do reading. Progress, reading menu, and that'll be profile dot reading speed. I think that's good to go. Reading speed. Reading right there. Progress reading menu. Profile. Hold on. That does not need to be profile.profile. So we have eating speed, reading speed. We have... Now, I say waiting for check, but... I'm thinking, well, if they're waiting for people to take their money, or not money, in this case it would be just some sort of currency, right? If you're waiting, or if they're waiting for the currency and the timer runs out, what happens? Do they get up and leave and not pay you, or? I don't think it needs to be a timer. Maybe that's just the sort of thing of saying, okay, well, it could be tips or something, but for right now, we should keep it simple and just say, okay, right now, waiting for check will not be a timer. We can keep it like this. And we can go ahead and get rid of that. We have a waiting for waiter, waiting for order, and that is our order patience and our waiting patience. And I think waiting patience is better described as waiting patience, and order is this. Like that? Yeah? Guest pay 50%? Oof. The idea is that instead of money, because the character is very rich, she wants to be paid in knowledge. And so they'll pay with books and pages of their books. But I mean, in the sense, it could also be just, instead of 2 pages, you get 1 page, that sort of thing. But yeah, I could see 50 or some sort of penalty. But they just toss the money on the table and just leave. That sort of thing. That'd be interesting, especially if it was like a pyro, something about their anger. So we can go ahead and waiting patience, order patience. I think that's good. Okay. Now we can go back down here and could not parse customer. Oh. What is this angry about? What are you mad about? Undo? Nope. Order's just not ordering, and we'll figure that out in a second. We have our eating speed, our waiting speed. I'm just pasting this so I can see. We have our line patience, which we have, right? Line patience, we have our waiting patience, we have our order patience, that is up there. We have our eating speed, and we have reading speed. We can go ahead and copy this. Paste that, and just mean this instead. Reading speed. E-D-I-N-G. And then do reading. And then copy you. And do that. For now, these can be the same. We can mess around with those later. Let's see, we need a line. That's line patience. We have the waiting for patience, or waiting for waiter. That's the order. So let's go ahead. Line, waiting, order. And yeah, let's just change this up a little bit to make it a little bit easier to read. We have waiting first, like this. Da, da, da. Waiting, patience. That said, let me go ahead and da. And then waiting patience, order patience, eating speed, reading speed. Reading. Just so we can tell what's going on underneath the hood and change values whenever we want. We have reading speed, eating speed, order patience, waiting patience. That's the last 2 we're missing. Just do this, order, and then go ahead and grab you. Make you waiting, and the text definitely doesn't need to be. I can leave the text as it is. Yeah, we have line, waiting, order, eating, reading. Wonderful. And then going back on that, and we can save. We go back into our necromancer profile. You can see all of these values here, and we can change them on the fly depending on what type of magical user we choose to do. Right now we have Medimancer and we have Necromancer, and don't know why it says Medimancer when the base one's Necromancer. So we can go ahead back into order, which was acting up, and I don't know why. Customer cannot parse customer. Is this because the customer? Yeah, that's why. So if I do this, it should be able to work now. Yup, right? Yeah. Script needs to be able to compile for it to detect from other areas. Okay. Right now we have our progress time, and all of those are good to go. So now what we need to do is find the key and set the timer. We can go ahead and say, Now, it is externally changing, and I'm guessing maybe that's not a good idea. Right now, the state machine is changing all of these states and the orders in the patience menu. I'm guessing what we can just do is do setting the timer. The timer is set depending on the progress, well, the current progress. progress timer value equals, and then it would be, let me double check, progress timer value, or did I just name that? No, okay, that's a dictionary. The progress timer value is this, and then it would be our current progress as an int, like this. And this is the timer value, depending on the current progress. And then just to set the timer, what we can do is I'll grab you for a second, and we can do patience timer dot, how do we set the time? Time paused. Let's see. Timer is set with, wait time. I see. Patience timer dot wait time, I'm guessing is what we'll have to do. Wait time equals this. And there we go. Now the timer should be set. And then we need a way to match up the timer and the patience bar. So for that, I'll see. I'm guessing it might just have to be percentage, right? A percentage of whatever the timer is on. For example, in here, it would be a thing of doing func process. And I'm wondering if it should be func process, but for example, it might be in here func process. And then it would be a thing of saying, okay, we need a percentage. It would be whatever the wait time dot max percent is, or at least it would be this, which is our total. And I forget, is it total divided by small, or is it small divided by total? Percentage was always very funny. I know we messed around with it before when doing the scoring. Let's see, Godot, oh no, not Godot. How to get percentage. There we go. Part divided by whole times 100. That is how we get percentage. We could also just say, truthfully, we could just set the max, right? Click name an item, any item. Cookie. Item, there we go, cookie. There you go. We can say the max value is the, what is it? When the timer is being set, what we can do is do the patience bar. We want another one. How about potato? They're not all food. Pen. There you go. Pen. How about that? So patience bar dot max value equals, and then we can just do this again, saying the max value is this, right? And then what we can do is, your office will now have a cookie added, and wonderful. I do like cookie ads. They're fun. So let's see. After doing that, we can then say that the patience bar dot value equals, and then we have the patience timer dot what would it be? Dot time left. We can see what that gives us. Time left. And saying that, let's see what it will have and what it will do. We can go ahead in this ready, or not in the ready. When it, yeah, in ready, once it's spawned, we can go ahead and just do that timer. They'll be in line, so this should work. Just as a quick check, and I mean, this should go in here just so we can see the values changing as they're being updated. Okay, double checking, making sure it saves, and with that said, let's see if it works. We have the game open. Yeah, there we go. Game is now open. Let me make it a little bit bigger. And I think I changed the size a little bit. Yeah, there we go. That's a little better. And move it up there. Okay. So when we spawn it, they should have a timer above their head. And they do not. Why is that? Flying patience. Interesting, interesting. Okay. We have a crash. Well, not a crash, but well, my theory is that stopping this and closing this will crash Godot. So let's see. Okay, we're okay. Never mind. I don't know what's going on. But as far as this goes, something's wrong with this, they're saying. I'm wondering, what is it? The profile should be set. Or if I go back into customer, right? Profile is the necromancer profile. This is all set and good to go. Where is it getting the angry at? If I go ahead and click spawn again, Invalid access. It is property type nil. I see. I think it's because the customer hasn't been set yet. Or things aren't still created. They're still working on themselves is what I'm guessing. As the customer hasn't decided what it wants to be yet. Then maybe what we can do... Maybe what we can do is initialize it in, for example, under ready. What we can do is do... Okay, well, let's see where it's getting angry at. Is it getting ready, angry in process? So we can go ahead and do pass. And we can go ahead and also do as here. As it's trying to make something when nothing is there. Getting very angry at that. Okay, so this is, oh, never mind. Yeah, okay. So whatever's wrong, it's happening, it's not even happening in ready in process. And set timer's not even being run. So it's something up here that it's not happy about, and I'm wondering, dictionary is it? If we go ahead and just do in our func ready, what if we do it here? And set it in here. Will you be happy then? I can go ahead and do maybe current progress equals and set it all in here. Dictionary cannot be assigned to a variable type customer.progress. Customer.progress. What are you angry about now? Maybe, oh, I think I know what it has to be. I think it has to be on ready. Like this? Maybe? We press play. On. Yeah, it needed to be on ready. Crazy. Okay. I learned from my mistakes. I remember having an issue with that last time, and oh boy, I think we were stuck in it for 30 minutes. No, it was just 2 minutes or a few minutes. So if I undo all of this, and now we click play, will it crash is the question. And I'm fingers crossed it won't. Spawn? Wonderful. And look at that, the timer is going down. Great news. We can go ahead and change the timer color, do whatever we need to in that sense. That's wonderful, it's working, and the timer's ticking. And so with that said, let me get some water. Okay, yeah. Right now, you'd be doing other stuff and... Oops. It'll let me move around. Right now, you'd be doing other stuff and they're waiting in line and you're trying to man the dishes, man everything, and going back and forth, and then you see the customer pop up. Maybe you also hear a sound when they pop up, but other than that, that is... Oh, I'm so glad it's working. Yeah, it's being updated, and now we just need a way to change the timer, update the timer every time every time it's changed their current progress. So we can go ahead and say, for example, set timer's working. And I'll go ahead and hide this as well. Set timer is working, which is wonderful. And we need a way to do on timer timeout. Aside from that, our set timer is good to go, and I also want to go ahead and change the timer bar as it's a little hard to see. Oops. A little tricky to see, so I'm going to load the scene and just quickly go and grab the UI theme, and if we click this, we should see down here our timer. So hopefully now the timer should be yellow and brown, since we use that for the game mode. If we go ahead and do spawn, yep, look at that. Far more visible, which is great, and there's a brown. So next up, all we have to do is just pair it. So every time they change their state, the timer is updated. That is the next to-do list. And Godot crashed. Go ahead back into console. It lasted a little longer that time. Whatever we did. It was good. We're moving along slowly but surely. And that's the crazy thing as well. It's not freezing, now it's just crashing. And I'll see if I can figure that out, as, you know, it is not the best or not the funnest. But we'll see. Alright, it's back open, so I can go ahead and open Godot again. And here we go. You see, you assume computer programs can't cry, but Godot has definitely tried. Oh yeah, it's definitely tried shedding a few tears every now and then. The silent cries in the night. I can believe it. Oh boy, poor Godot. Yeah, It wasn't doing all of this a year ago when I tried making my other game. Must have been lunchtime in the cafe, so it crashed. Imagine as soon as lunch rush starts, game just crashes. It can't handle lunch. It's more of a Brenner type of person. So let's see. The bar and timer are paired together, which is wonderful. And then we can go ahead and say, set timer, that's all good to go. We need a way to say func and just do update progress, like this, I think. And then in here we have a new progress state. So a new progress, like this. And then this is a progress, and this is a void, like that. And then what we can do is do set timer in it, and we also can do, or is it that current progress dot down here, current progress equals new progress. Anytime we want to update the progress, we can just do it here. That way we don't have to worry about touching anything else. For example, now what we can do is do back in our back in our state machine area here where we have the progress and the get parent and everything. Now all we have to do is just do dot current progress. Now we run the function update progress dot update progress. And now we just do progress dot leaving. Like this. And then we can go ahead and do this and this. Like that. Oops. Progress dot reading menu. We can go ahead and do leaving, or what was it? Reading menu. Paste. Reading menu. And we can go ahead and also make sure it does customer dot. Now that is why it's getting angry. However, now a thing we need to take into mind, or into consideration at least, is the idea that, how do I say it? Is the idea that during their spawning, or at least when they start out, there are certain states there's no timer, right? And I'm assuming if a value isn't in the, if I go back up here, if a value isn't in the array, we need a way to check to see if it's in the timer. And to do that is in the dictionary. That's what I need to figure out. Then go ahead and open up the Godot forms. Godot documentation, documentation. And in our documentation, what we can go ahead and say is, hey, about that dictionary. Dictionary? Where are you at? I did not spell that right. Dictionary? Aha. Kinda. There we go. And in here, it's saying, we just have to do .has. So for example, if progress timer value .has new progress, and .has I'm guessing needs to be a function like this. Yep. So if it has it, set the timer. Otherwise, and then we can go ahead and do. I know there's a way, or let me see. If I go ahead and do timer, enter, in our timer, I want to see. There should be a function or a way to check the timer to see. Here we go. On timeout. Let's see, a minute when timer reaches the end. Yeah. Is it timeout, or is it stop? That's what I'm wondering. If you tell the timer to stop, is that different than timeout? Is what I'm wondering. But we can go ahead and just connect this to our customer. So on patient's timer timeout connect. Now that goes at the bottom here. We can go ahead and go up in this, or yeah, this is fine. On patient's timer timeout, this will be where the timer goes out, and then we can see what their current progress is. We can go ahead and up here and are ready. That's all good to go. As when the customer is first created, they're in line, and that makes sense. And that is their idle. And in our update progress, if progress timer value, timer value has new progress, we set the timer. Otherwise, we can say our patient's timer can be stopped. And then we can go ahead and do our patient's bar dot. This one's a little tricky, as we're just gonna do hide show. Well, I mean, that's fine. I always go by the 3 rule, so if you do it 3 times. Wait, is Bobby resting his tentacles on your hair in the new banner, or are you just misinterpreting? Yep, he is. He is indeedy. Nice and cozy. He's not very slimy, it's a plush version. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. Nice and cozy. Let's see, patient's timer, the patient's timer, or patient's bar dot hide. And then we need patient's timer dot hide. And then we need a patient's timer dot show and a patient's bar dot show. We can go ahead and do this. And hold on, like that. Wonderful. Okay, so let's see if this works. We can go back into our... Oh, hold on. Like this? Okay, so if we go ahead and spawn, inline's working, that's wonderful. And now if we seat them, the bar should go away as they're moving into other areas. Let's see, seat? No, okay. So during the move to state, non-existent function show. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Godot. We also need to go ahead and do line. That's interesting. If they're moving to their seat, it doesn't need to be in the progress, right? And let's see. Hold on. Fan Servo the French guy VODs? Is that how you say it? Hi, welcome to stream. Let's see. Right now it's saying timer does not have a dot show. Let's see. Dot show dot visible. Oh, right. We don't have to hide the timer. I just realized they're right. Never mind then. It's only the bar that we have to hide. Makes sense? We go ahead and just hide and show, which makes sense. What I'm wondering about is in their transitions, we don't need them to... Well, we just need to hide the bar, basically. We need to hide the bar and stop the bar. Update progress. And with the new progress, and let's see. We can go ahead, I guess, and make it progress. We can say inline. Let's just do moving. That way, in the state machine, what we can do is do move to target versus move to exit. We can go ahead and just copy this guy here. And then we can go ahead and say here and do customer leaving. Nope. We are now doing progress dot and it'll be moving. That way, hopefully it'll be hidden. But in our sit customer. That is what all of this is. Or no, customer gets set. Gets set. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Customer sit state, customer idle state. Gotcha. Okay. Hopefully now with those changes, should work. We can go ahead and spawn the... I'd say as it decides, you know what? Nah, don't wanna. Okay, hold on. What are you angry at now? Something about this. Progress to string. Ooh, I see. It's unhappy because the waiting, I'm guessing. So if we do inline, we can go ahead and do waiting. Like this. Or moving, not waiting, moving. And then we can go, do you know where to learn how to code in Godot? I've been taking the, what is it called? I forget. I usually use YouTube and yeah, hi crab, welcome. As far as GDQuest, that's what it's called. Here you go, hold on. GDQuest. I've been taking GDQuest courses and also just looking up YouTube. I found the best way to learn seems to be finding a problem and figuring out a solution. As yeah, I have no experience with this stuff, so I'm just learning as I go. And that seems to be the best way, as instead of working on a project I'm not really interested in, I'm working on a game I want to make, and as I'm learning to make the game, oh, okay, I did type it. As I'm learning to make the game, I'm also learning Godot. Thanks, you also love your tavern look? Thank you, I'm glad you like it. It'll definitely be updated, but it was something to have, and I'm really glad I have it, as yeah, I do like it. Nice and cozy. Okay, Will it crash this time? That is the question, and the answer to that is, okay, they start off moving, which is weird. They should start off in the idle. Okay. That's a little, oh, there we go, another crash. Wonderful, okay. Well, that is a little odd. We'll see. Gotta reopen Godot, and while it's reopening, let me take my water break. Let's see. Great, even beings created for comforting plushies need comfort in their lives. Exactly. You know, it's nice and comfy. You don't have to go all horror all the time or spooky or scary. Sometimes it's just nice to vibe and relax and watch some videos late at night under a blanket pile of covers. Let's see. For some reason, they have needs to be inline. That's how they start out. Let's see. Current progress is inline. For some reason, are moving. Oh, maybe here? In our customer state, we have a current progress is inline, so that's right. Weird. I wonder. When the customer gets spawned, you can see here in our customer manager, this is what I've been working on, or this is what I did work on last week. This is everything that gets done when the customer spawned. So on spawn button press, the customer gets spawned, assigned, all of these things get done and they get moved. So I'm wondering, is this why it's acting up? Somewhere in here, the customer is trying to move. If I go ahead and click play, hopefully it doesn't crash again. I click spawn and it says moving. But it shouldn't say moving, which is interesting. Seat, moving, reading menu. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, moving. I think moving is our issue currently. And I'll show you what I mean. Right now, at the very least, when I... Oops. You know, maybe it's when I'm clicking on OBS stuff? This doesn't happen when I'm on Godot itself, but I don't know. Reopening Godot once more. And then we'll see. Let's go ahead and edit. Yeah, that's a weird issue. We'll get it figured out. Does Godot let you print a log? Yep, it does. That's what's printing in the chat at the moment. I have tried messing around with the files before to see if I could figure out why it crashes, but the logs get printed here, and then you're free to print stuff out like I have here at printing. But yeah, it does let you print. Your Wi-Fi and your my Godot are truly working on the same wavelength tonight. Exactly. Oh boy. Yup, I do agree. Yup. Okay, it's working. As I was saying, yeah, whenever you debug Unity, you always do a print log at every part you're troubleshooting. Do you mean in the game, like as things are being done? Or do you mean the engine itself? There we go. As I do have things printed out, you can see here. Hold on. Let me go ahead and copy you. And then go ahead and paste a duplicate. Just so I can show you what I mean. And then we can go ahead and do Godot screen up here. And this Godot screen needs to be this Godot screen. And then if I make this smaller, you can see down here, or kind of sorta, I have stuff printing. It tells me what the customer order is right now. And hello, hold on, Sputnik? Hi, I feel like I've seen your name before. But hello indeed. Sputnik, I hope I say that right. So when the customer gets spawned, I have a thing that says spawn customer, and it has their order already ready to go. That's what you mean. I'm constantly printing stuff to the console. Right now it says moving. It should say inline, and then when I go to seat them, it still says moving, and I think only once they sit down, now it says reading menu. And then once they're done, or not even once they're done, but if I go to move them again, they're moving, and this shouldn't be moving, this should be leaving. It's a little wonky. I think I have it set wrong, is the issue behind all of that. When saying that, I'm thinking it's because in our customer, in our state machine here, when they move to target, that is why. I think if I just get rid of this guy, right? And then I go ahead and do reopening, oops, wrong thing, here. Without that line of code, now it says inline. And then when they go to be seated, reading menu now. Yep, you did. I see. Nice of you to remember. I remember because of the kanji in your name. That is how I was able to recall. Only because of that. So let's see. If I go ahead and yeah. So move to target is not what we want. The sit customer, the idle state. Whatever the state is what it needs to become. So I guess that means in here in our move to state, when it enters the move to state, this is where we can do get parent.upgrade progress. Yeah. You know, memory is pretty bad, but I do attempt. Let's see. Here in our moving state, this is where our moving state is moved to. I think this works. We can put it in here instead of in the state machine. So for example, moving would be here. Then we have our sit state. So in our enter here, we have get parent moving. This would be then ordering, or what do we call it? Reading menu. Like that. And then here from our sit is, let me make sure, yep. And then in our idle, right now our idle is just our waiting. So we can go ahead and do it down here instead, as they're waiting on the data. I'll do it down here. I'll do it down there for everyone so it makes a little bit more sense. We can go ahead and this would be inline. On our sit, let's just move our sit to here. And go ahead and move our move to down here. And hopefully this will help. However, we need the leaving, right? And in our state machine at the moment, we have all of these, so we don't need to sit anymore. But what we do need is that if the customer is moving or leaving, then we do this. And right now it's entering the move to state. The only issue is right now, we need to figure out if they are leaving. So I'm thinking what we can do is do oh, and thank you for the follow. Hold on. Fan Silver. Okay, I did read that before. Thank you for the follow, Fan Servo, the French guy. Welcome. What language do you code in? This is Godot, and I'm using its built-in coding language, which is GDScript. This is Godot in GDScript, though I believe you can also program Godot in C+, if I recall. But they recommend you use their script, which makes a little bit of sense, but I've done C++ before, and now I'm doing GDScript, and it's been nice. I've been liking the way it's looking. Oh no, French. French is a lovely language. I've tried learning it before. So I'm thinking what we can do here is do move to exit. We can say true, or I'm thinking, because this is an array, so we can pass on information we might need. So for example, it's telling it to go to this target. What we could say then maybe is also their state. For example, I'm thinking of saying false. Or at the very least, we could do a var for is leaving. And we set it to true. And there we go. Now we have it true, right? In that sense. Oh yes, French. Yeah. I tried learning French for a while, it didn't go well. So now I'm learning Japanese. Hence the kanji. 100 followers after like 2 weeks of 99, really? Oh, that's lovely. I'm assuming on Twitch, but that's lovely. Now we'll have to figure out a way to celebrate. Sorry you misclicked, it seems so hard to code. No, you're fine. But that's wonderful. I greatly appreciate it. This has been fun. So I'm thinking it is leaving here, right, as a bool. That way in our move state here, this is the array, right? And the second one, this is the target. Here we have a var for is leaving. We can go ahead and just do var is leaving. Now granted, this is hard-coded, but that's okay, for now at least. The var is hard-coded. Well, var is hard-coded, but is leaving. So then we can go ahead and say if is leaving, or if I don't like not is leaving. We need a little bit of a different name. If normal, how about that? If normal moving. If normal, there we go. If normal moving, there we go. If normal moving, then we do normal moving. Otherwise, you handle the moving elsewhere. And then we can go back into the state machine and do false. Now hopefully, with that change, we should be good to go. Oh, normal moving. There we go. Instead of just typing false here, I do the variable to make it a little bit easier to see or understand what's going on, and there. How long have you been working on this project? Since the end of August. The goal was, or the hope was that I'd be able to finish it within 3 months, but now the goal has been moved to finishing it within the year. But yeah, since the end of August, I have been working on this game, and progress has been slow. Hence me now deciding, yeah, it's probably going to be finished by the end. Right now, I'm working on a prototype. I'm going to go ahead and do bool prototype. And speaking of, let me see if I can recall how to do it. Oh, wonderful. I can do this. Here we go. That's currently the current prototype of the game, the main mechanic, which is the rhythm typing part. And now I'm doing the cafe part. And once the cafe's done, we mix the rhythm with the cafe and we're good to go. Practice is slow and showing. Yeah, but showing, yeah, right? The problems I was getting stuck on before, I'm able to fix not in 30 or an hour, but in a few minutes. So it's nice, it's slowly moving. So in saying that, where are we at? We're in here, and now with the normal moving, let's see if it works. Ta-da! We go into here, oops, this one. So hopefully, now the timer will only show when it needs to show. The timer should show up here because they're in line. So if we click spawn, would you look at that? Let's see. Oh, I know why. It says get parent. See here how it says get parent? We don't need get parent. We need get tree, I believe. We can go ahead and do get tree. Oops. Let me do that for the sit state. As I'm pretty sure because it's looking at state machine, the state machine doesn't have the customer stuff. We should be fine. This is idle state, this is sit state, get tree, this is get tree, like that, and this is none of that. Kind of jealous because you can't make a game, but you're supposed to start making one. You should. Have you seen my first game I made? That one was made in 24 hours, and it's not the prettiest, but it was me to show that I could make a game, even if it was scrappy and duct tapey. But I do hope you make a game. It's fun. It's hard, but it's fun, and I think I'm thankful I can help people see the fun of making games and get them inspired to make their own. Show. It's if you go on my itch, you should see it. I can show it at the end of stream, but it's the Starry Sky Scrambler one. There we go. Big projects are always time consuming, especially when the details are crucial. Yep, especially when you haven't done the projects before. You don't know how long it's gonna take. Let's see. Update progress in base scene. Okay. Something's not working here. And I'm wondering if we should just do, right now state machine has an initial, and I thought get tree would work because it takes the tree, this guy right up here, which is the customer. That's not working. Get tree. Oh, get tree. What I'm gonna have it do is print the tree's name and see what we get. Print get tree. As I'm curious to see why no work. Let's see. And I'll pull up this guy here, make it a little bit easier. So if I click spawn, out of bounds index space array. The moving now is having problems. Everything's breaking. Oh no. Let's see. Normal moving bool data. Okay. This should work because there is 2 variables in this array, right? We have the, oh, I guess maybe we go back to the move to state, right? If we go back in here. If we go back in here, it's checking for 2. So for example, in our move to here, and also in our customer move to here. So here it needs to be true, and then we can go ahead and just do true. That takes care of that problem. Oh man, so many problems. But hi, Abraham. Welcome back. Welcome to pain. I hope you're ready. Okay. Now that problem's taken care of, let's see. Okay, now we're back to get tree. Let's see. You only make platformers and you're kind of scared of investing yourself in a big project. I wouldn't count this as a big project. I think I'd start there, is not making a big project. I'd start with a really small project. For example, this game is a game I've made previously, but not on Godot, and completely different, but it's a small project in the sense that it's just a simple cafe game. If you've seen games like, what is it, Penguin Diner? I would call that a very simple game compared to something big like an MMO or an RPG, but taking a very small idea and working on that instead of expanding it. For example, I would call Mario a pretty simple game, but a game like the newer Marios probably aren't a simple game. So just sticking to having one idea and making it as small as possible and then making it bigger. So what would you have to do to your game to make it small? For example, I always think about the minimum viable product, the MVP. What's the MVP of this game, for example? It's the fact that it is a rhythm typing game and a cafe game. So I need to make a cafe game, and I also need to make a way to type to the rhythm. And from there, it's a matter of how to do that. And that's what we're figuring out, the cafe part. Rhythm part's been figured out, but finding the smallest possible part of your game, I think, is the best way to not do a big game, as you can definitely get lost in the weeds very quickly when you start adding more and more things into your game. I hope that helps, though. This is saying that this game decides, you know what, nah, I don't wanna work today. For some reason, the moving, okay. Let's go ahead and print get tree here too. Print get tree. You've been making an RPG for 3 years and it's still in the very beginning. Don't do what you didn't get. That's the thing. I would love to make an RPG, but RPGs are notoriously very hard, especially if they're your first to even 10th game. They're very hard, they're very time consuming. You have to have a lot of content in them. Another one I think that's very long and time consuming might be like an idle clicker. Stuff that you have to have a lot of content in. And something more simple or akin to where this is on game capture. So it's working now, they're not dying. It says in line. And if you look at the bottom, it has the scene tree, or I say bottom, but you can see here, scene tree. I'm thinking maybe what I have to do is do get tree.name. That should tell us the name of the scene tree. Oh, you know what? It's gonna be, RPGs are fun. I do love them. I'm playing through one called Bloomtown right now, and I'm realizing the issue is, if you go here into the cafe, or unless it closes or crashes. Give me a second. Let me go ahead and reopen concepts. And reopen Godot. The game is gorgeous. Thank you, thank you. Oh, no, you mean Bloomtown. Here I was ready to take that compliment. Yes, Bloomtown's lovely. I've been playing it specifically so I can get better at the pixel art aspect. I want to look and see with my eyes. Let's see. To be fair with RPGs, you could probably release them in parts. Yep, I agree. That's what the idea of just breaking it up into smaller chunks. Yeah. If we're breaking it up into smaller chunks, such as regions, that can definitely be helpful. And we're back in here. Okay. So what I was saying is, the issue why get tree isn't working. Oh, RPGs are fun, but decrease your sanity either by making or playing. I agree. Yep. So get tree, what it's doing is not getting this tree, it's getting the cafe as the tree. That's why I think get tree isn't working. So in that case, what we have to do is I'm thinking, and it's a little tricky, I'm thinking we can just do the state machine and have it have the customer to point to. As if we do a signal, it'll signal out to everyone, and then we kind of have to do all of that. So I'm just thinking something simple, at least for now, is just saying the customer is this one. We can go ahead and do at export var customer, and then that'll kind of get rid of a few other things. So we can go ahead and do customer and is a customer, like that. And then hopefully we can just go here and assign customer. Now our customer is our customer, and that is on the screen. There we go. Or you could be like Bethesda and it just works. Yeah, but the thing is, with Bethesda, is that they have a whole team, right? If you're trying to solo dev, working on something that big will also take a lot of time. It's a little bit better if it's not as big or daunting. So that's why I've been trying to stick to smaller projects. I'm gonna go ahead and just swap out these get parents with just customer, since now we have a reference to the customer. Like this. Instead of get parent, it just says customer. We know what we're talking about. And hopefully in saying that, now what we can do is go back into the processes of these things and these guys. And what we can do up here is, instead of get tree, and oh boy, I deleted my prints and my gets. But we can go ahead and do get parent, and then we can do dot customer, and then we can do the function. So for example, is it in here? Wonderful. You can copy that, and then in our move to, we just have customer dot update progress. Something like that instead. Should hopefully work. We were joking about all their bugs. Oh, I mean, but they work. I mean, they've sold millions. Can you really, can you really say it was a failure in that aspect? Sometimes bugs are a feature. What is the saying around here? As long as it's fun, players will be happy. Even if there's a few bugs, it doesn't need to be perfect. And I think that's something I've come to realize over the time in making this game, is that I tend to worry about the details and trying to make it 100% good, when really, I really only need to worry about 80%, and the 20%, even if I touch it, can come after I've got an idea of what it is. As I can't really want to make I can't make something if I don't know what I'm doing, and I can't expect it to be perfect if I also don't know what I'm doing. Though with Bethesda, I mean, they kind of know what they're doing, but I mean, I guess their notorious thing is what they're doing. They know they can do it, so they do it. So let's see. Here in reading menu, this should be good to go. This is sitting. So this is get parent current customer. Yep, reading menu. Oddly enough, bugs in the first gen Pokemon games become features. Lots of features. Yeah, that's the thing. Bugs often turn out to be features. And then people just don't, well, not people, the developers just stop patching them, as it turns out to be a feature. And since people like it and people use it, especially for things like speedrunning, they don't get patched, which is nice. Let's see. At this, and then we can go ahead and say inline. Okay, I think now it should work. Fingers crossed. We'll see. If I go ahead and do spawn. Okay. What are you angry about now, Godot? Let's see. It said no. We go back into customer, or not customer, but state machine. And back here, on ready var, export var, customer shouldn't be null. Why are you angry? State machine should point to you. Okay, we're gonna have to go through some code. Let's see. The spawn, all right. So cannot call, interesting. Target is null, progress labels null, all of this stuff is null. Interesting. Maybe it needs to be export var or on ready var? These are all on ready. That is tricky. Okay. So for some reason, some variables aren't working, some variables are working, some variables aren't. For example, here with the current progress, the patient's bar, patient's label, the progress label, and the target are all null. The target should be null, but the progress label, this guy here, the patient's timer is also null. Let's see. Get parent customer update. So I guess the ready function, because it's not ready yet, is why it's angry. Let's see. Customer manager at function on spawn button pressed. Cannot call method stop on a null value. Yeah, I think it's because I pointed it towards. Okay, I guess you win, I suppose. Maybe we'll do it the right way. Okay. That means, quote unquote, right way, is doing what I did here-ish. I feel like this is still very duct tapey, but it's okay. What you do here is, as soon as I get rid of all these guys, we will use a signal. And then from the signal, we'll go ahead and update everything in that way. So for example, in customer, we'll have we'll have it send out a signal, and then the customer can check to see if it is the correct one. Though, if that is the case, I'm thinking, and I'm wondering, maybe we don't need to do that. Perhaps. Well then, no. As always, there's a lot of ways to do something, but are they the proper way to do it? Probably not. Most likely not. I'm wondering if the customer will be the same. Like if I do this. No, well. I'm thinking in duct tape. It's a little too much allowance of non-perfectness. If we go to the errors, let's see. Customer, the parameter, something. Shouting an already declared variable. Ah, is that why you're angry? Okay. Hold on. If I redo everything. If I go ahead and undo everything, redo everything. Interesting. Okay, that's fine. If I do export var customer. I feel like this should work, but we'll see. Customer. 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 And then we'll have that state machine point to the customer to show off, hey, look, this is the customer. Don't forget that's the customer. And then down here, where we have stuff labeled customer, so this will be the moving customer. We'll call it that for now, at least. So if moving customer equals parent, for now we'll keep that the same. But this is the customer, okay. And then we have down here seat occupier, which is good, and exit customer. Those names are kind of flopped up. That should be good. And then in our order, not even our order, we'll just have to delete that most likely. But get parent customer. Okay. How does this work now? On? Okay. Still null. Interesting. Update, is it in the update progress? Is that timer? Okay. Let me get some water and I can think about this a little bit more. Whenever you type the variable name wrong for 3+ times, you get so annoyed with yourself. Whenever I type the name wrong, and I've gotten it wrong that many times, and I do forget as well, it's a thing of, okay, the name needs to be changed. if I'm struggling to remember it or just typing it wrong, something's not right here. Okay, let's see. On patient's timer timeout. Okay. This is a little tricky as right now it's saying that the state machine can't take in a customer and it's having trouble with that. I'm wondering why. What is the issue here? And I'm wondering maybe the state can take in a customer, maybe that'll make it happy, and at that point I know it's kind of a little bit more mosh and hodgepodge, but let's try it and see. First things first, let me go ahead and undo all of you and save you. And then in our customer, I want to make sure everything's good to go. Yep, okay. And let me go ahead and also save it since it's in the working state right now. This is customer with timer. We can go ahead and change that and then commit. Wonderful, and sync. Bum. Making sure everything's in GitHub. And then with that said, we can go ahead and go. That's what I'm wondering. If we do state, and state is also a class, and then we do @export var customer, and then we can go ahead and do customer. We change it at this level. So now all of these have to have a customer. What will happen? I'm wondering. We just go ahead and assign all of these customer. Does that get rid of the problem? Probably not, but we'll see. That way it can point to the customer instead of having to go through the state machine. But maybe that's still a little bit too wonky. We'll see. So then if I go to the move to state right here, and I just do customer.update progress because it has customer and it knows what customer is. My question is the loading time. Is it loading this before everything else? You gotta go already. Good luck with the stream. Thank you for coming, Abraham. It's always a delight to have you here. I hope it was nice, and I hope whatever you end up doing, it'll be fun and nice as well. Let's see. And go ahead and do, oops, customer.customer. No, we don't need any of that. We just need customer. Okay. If it's still saying null, then something's definitely not quite right. We'll see. So I go ahead and stop it and go ahead and play it. What do we get? Go ahead and do this. So if I do spawn, null is still acting up. Okay. But for some reason, in this update progress function, null isn't working, and I'm wondering, it isn't on ready var. This is where we get into problems that take 2 hours to resolve, but it's okay. Right now, on ready var is our patient's timer and our patient's bar. We're referencing these guys that are in here. I'm wondering, in here in the customer, in our update progress, this is where we're having issues. So in saying that, if we do pass here, or just get all of that out and do pass, does that help? Because it's not being run. Spawn. Yeah. It happens because it's not being run. Interesting. It's something to do with this function, I'm thinking. As in our ready, our set timer immediately starts. But in our update progress, that's where the problems kind of mess up at. Update progress, new progress, current progress, all of those things are good to go. In here, we go back down here. Our update progress is here. Because it's get parent? In our move to state, that's where it happens. I'm wondering, in all of these guys here. Okay. If this is the case and it's having issues with these, maybe we move it out of here. We can go back to our messy state bit. And go in here and go ahead and just get rid of that customer. We can go ahead back into our state machine itself. And we can go ahead and do rid of that guy. Get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. Or this one doesn't need getting rid of, I'm assuming. Yep. We have move to, that's good to go. Sit, that's good to go. Enter, that's good to go. And idle, okay. We come back to here. And in here, what we can say is we can go ahead and do here. Oops. Oh, never mind. There we go. If normal moving, and all of this can be done, we can go ahead and do this. And then if normal moving, we can go ahead and say get parent, like that. Get parent.update progress. That should work. Now, normal moving is in current scope, it says, and we don't need this anymore. We can go ahead and say that. If normal moving, we can then do this. Else, it'll be leaving. If normal moving, and then we can go ahead and do moving. Otherwise, we're leaving. And then we can go ahead and grab this. And this is a little wonky for the moment, but if it works, we can clean it up later. No, we just need it to work. And then we can make normal moving true here for our move to target. Then back here in our idle state, we can go ahead and say that customer is idle. So idle is just inline. And then our sit state is our order state. So order or reading menu state. Okay, let's see if this works. Maybe, maybe not, but always worth a good try. We do this. Oh, gotcha. This gets moved. Now that we no longer need it. Let's see. Okay. Take two. Oh, it worked. So it's in line, it's in the idle state. We can go ahead and go to state, moving, that's good. And once it's done moving, it's reading menu, which is good, it's good. And then once we do delete, moving, and moving should be leaving. It also seems a little laggy, doesn't it? The walk looked a little frozen. Huh. Odd. Oh no, I'm lagging. I don't know what I'm doing, but something's dying. Hold on. That fix it? Nope. Okay. Huh. Let me try closing Godot. Am I live? Hello? Can anyone hear me out there? Wow. Okay. So for some reason, Godot just decided to lag spike. And I died. And it died. And everything died. Interesting problems today. We're all good to go now though. There's no more lag spike. That was weird. It was eating up so much of my computer that it decided that was its lunch. That was its lunch. But we're back in Godot now, and it's loaded, so I'll bring it back over. Okay. If it no longer will die on me, I can go ahead and hide this. Now something's wrong with the state machine in its leaving. So if normal moving, then is moving. Otherwise, the progress is leaving. That's true. And then up here, normal moving is true. So if normal moving, progress is moving. So for some reason, this isn't working. And we can go ahead and do print. And we can go ahead and do normal moving. And then we can just print. Oh yeah. We can print this. And do that. As normal moving should be set, and it should work, but we'll see. If I go ahead and up this, so in our spawn, they're in line, they're getting seated, they're moving. That's true. And then once we do delete, it says false and then true, which is interesting. So they get seated, they're moving, and it says true, true. I don't know why it says I don't know why it says it twice, and then moving, false, true. Printing twice for some odd reason. And it died again. Lovely stream. Okay. Back to concepts you go while I reopen Godot. And since Godot is closed, let me take a water break. Maybe I missed a critical update or something. No clue. But it's opened again, which is wonderful. Okay. Bring it back over. Once more into the French. Okay. So something in here in our state machine is preventing it from moving. Or it's moving twice. For example, it says move to exit, twice. Which is odd. Okay. I'm gonna guess then what we can do is do a var up here called var leaving, and we'll make it a bool, and it'll equal false. Yeah, if leaving, you can just say that. And then what we can do is, instead of this normal moving, and then we can go ahead and also get rid of you. So if leaving, and then we can go ahead and do. Oh, I know why, I think. Because it's calling move to target? No? Weird. That's okay. What we can do here is then say if leaving, if not leaving, like that. And then, is that why? Move to target. When is move to target called? Well, during a function. But if not leaving, that's what I'm wondering. If not leaving versus if leaving. And since leaving equals true here, well then all we have to do is maybe if leaving. I don't know why you have to check twice, but working on it slowly, trying to figure out the problem first. We can go ahead and do reopen this guy, and that's showing up. Hold on. There we go. We can go ahead and click spawn, inline, CU, it says moving, that's good, reading menu, and then delete, leaving, wonderful. Okay, it's working. Now it makes me question this guy here, if leaving, Does it have to be if leaving? Or, for example, if I do this, and then I also do this, why did we choose leaving again? I'm just curious to see. Now we open it. So what happens when we don't have that in there is inline, moving, reading menu, moving. Oh, I see. Huh. That is wonky. And, oh boy. Godot closed, which means I have to rewrite that code. This is why I stream or record my development, so I can go back and double check code. Especially if the computer shuts down or something. It's good to have backups of backups of backups. So with that said, reopening Godot. And I will certainly try to get these problems fixed by next week, but it's been happening since the development. But I'm sticking with it. Okay. With that said about the state machine and everything, I now can't undo because undo has been taken from me. That's fine. Leaving equals true. And then we do if leaving, and then that. And then we do, where we go? We do this. For some reason, this works. Don't know why, but it does. I think that is most of what programming is. I don't know why this works, but it does. And I'm realizing the string capture was on, but that's okay. Now we add the leaving back, right? And now they're in line, which is good. We want them in line. Now they go get seated. That's moving. Now that they're moving, they are reading the menu. Once they're done reading the menu, they will order, but we'll get to that part in a second. But they're reading the menu, and from there, when they're leaving, which is great news. And then next from that, what we need is to know, well, we need to know a few things. There's a few things we have to tidy up, but for now, it's good to go. And since it's working now, let me save this version. Leaving and moving, and go ahead and commit. And we are good to go. We're making progress, slowly but surely. And with that said, back in the state machine, back in the customer, we go. Now that we have the inline working, we have the moving, and we have the reading done, next up we need to do ordering, or it would be waiting for a waiter. Once they're done waiting for a waiter, then next what we do is do waiting for order. And that's when their order gets served. So in saying that, I think now would be a time to do a... I know someone said it. What is it? I forget who, but it was in the Discord. They were talking about a raycast around the player. Let me go ahead and show. Player character scene. In the player, to show that you're taking their order, that's what this was for. But I'm thinking instead of a raycast, maybe we just have an area that you have to take it in. For example, maybe we have a collision shape here in the player, and in the collision shape we have a circle, and then in the circle is your order radius. So if the customer is in the order radius, it counts as being ordered. That's what I'm thinking. And we can go ahead and test this by first, I'm thinking I want a nice green color. And then we can go back into our, we can first save. Then we can go back in with our editor and turn on the collision paths. Load up the game. Let's spawn a lot of customers. Hold on. The collision's messing up. Look at her go. Oh man. That is interesting. Okay. The collision has to be changed. I think I can change it while the game's open. If I go into collision shape and go into visibility, not visibility, physics. I go into my, no, not physics. The something. Maybe, no, it's not that. Thread, physics, no, auto, no. Where is it at? Collision. Collision shape. Forget how to do it. There's a way to do it so that if it's on that layer, I forget what it's called though. Not transform. Not you. The ball of orders. Exactly, look at her. She's acting up. It's time for chaos. No. I think I'm thinking, no, not static body. As like for the player, right? In the player, there's a collision object 2D. But there's no collision on here. Okay. In that case, collision. Maybe you need a collision object? Collision. Node that provides a shape 2D to a collision. Ah, yeah, you need a collision object. Got ya. Object. Collision? Nope. Okay. So a node that provides a shape 2D to a collision 2D object parent. Ew, I think I know what's going on here and I don't like it. It provides it to the parent. I'm guessing maybe we need a, maybe a node TD on top of it, like this, and then we can kind of slide it under. We can go ahead and close Necrotype Cafe for a second. Now, what are you angry about? Please only use it as a child of area 2D. Okay, let's go ahead and grab an area 2D, like this. Put it under here. There we go. Wonderful. And now in our area 2D we have collision. And what I wanted to do is say, all right, you don't need to detect us. We just need to know about customers, which are on masks 3. So hopefully now if I press play, now the character doesn't move around with their ball of order. So I can go ahead and do spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat. Spawn all of them in. Look at all those meters. We might have to change the sizing or something. Nothing should happen once the timer times out, thankfully. But oh boy, those are reading menus. Does it just restart? Interesting. For now, and this is very cluttered, I'm realizing. But I'm thinking, and it's like a thing of, well, if you take this person's order, does it necessarily matter the next person up order? Right? Does it need to be, I'm just thinking you need to be next to them. So maybe the radius is smaller? I could help a little bit in figuring out the next to them, as should you be able to take an order from this distance, or you have to be really close? And I think a little bit smaller, but overall, yeah. Overall, the customer just needs to be in the range. And if the customer's in the range, then you can interact with them. We can go ahead in here, and we can go ahead back into the player. Let's make the collision a little bit smaller. Here in our where are we at? Collision, one-way collision? How do we make you smaller? I forget. Oh, well, we could start off by doing that. And then we can go ahead and make you have a smaller radius. Like this, I think is a little bit better. A wee bit smaller radius. I'm saying that in our area 2D, we need a way to keep track of the customers that are coming in and out of the radius. And then we need to go through the list of customers. When saying that, what I'm thinking is we need to have a function in here. For example, it would be on body entered, on body exited, I believe. And we just take a note of the customers coming into the player's body. And then we check whatever characters are currently in the body to see if they have an order ready to be taken. When saying that, we can go ahead and do on body entered for our player, and on body exited, which is here for the player as well. We have on body entered, on body exited. So this keeps track, and okay, that's good. This keeps track of which customers in range. Keep track of customers in range. So then what we can do is have a variable var for customers in range. And it is an array of customers. There we go. And so in this array of customers, we equal blank. And then all we do is say if body is customer, we go ahead and set customer in range dot append equal to body. Customer's body is getting added. And then in here on body area 2D entered. And we can do this as well if depending on what we want to detect in range, it doesn't have to be just customers. It could be other things that we can interact with. So you don't necessarily have to face it. It can just be within the radius. You just have to be near it. So if body is customer, then we need a way to remove it. So dot erase, and then we do body. Like that. So we're constantly adding and removing the customers in range. Constantly adding and removing the customers in range. Next up, I'm thinking maybe we can just use E for now as an interact key. So if we go into our projects and go into input map, and we go ahead and do interact. Okay, we need to add a new action. I'm going to call it interact, I-N-T-E-R-A-C-T. They're all lowercase, so I-N-T-E-R-A-C-T, interact. And for now, we'll go ahead and make interact E, like that. Okay. So then what we can do is do on interact, and go ahead and grab this. And we want to do a func for input event. I forget which one it is that has the key where you can check the key, but I think right now this is fine. So func input event, if event is, or let me Google. It's a little bit easier to do it that way, isn't it? So Godot check or key entered. We can go ahead and do that. So if action is pressed, oh, hold on. Huh? Oh, hold on. YouTube just die again? Oh, that's awful. Hold on. Yeah, YouTube just died. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Yeah, your YouTube feed doesn't work. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hold on, let me catch up. Alright, you're live. Why did your transitions fade the sound as well? Don't know, I have to fix the transition sound. The chat feed stopped working, it did. Move the target is what you did. I see. Might be because you're calling it twice when you print is moving. Yeah, it calls it twice. I'm not sure why it calls it twice. What is my deadline? The deadline for the project is at the end of the year. Currently at the moment. Chat feed died. Messages, yep, I don't see it. What is it? Let's see. Not the collisions. To invest in the program when it's 3 AM on your side. Wishing you good luck seeing this message. Thank you for coming to die. Yep. Oh man. Okay. Only Twitch. It's YouTube. Really, it's YouTube. Alright, let's see. Hi, Gary. Welcome back. Okay. Is that it? Apparently, yeah. Technical issues. Didn't realize. Yup. Okay. There we go. We can the brick. There we go. Yeah. As you can see, the chat just exploded all at once. Oh man, but it's back now, and since it's not working, let me put it up on the other screen so I can read it, as that's unfortunate. Okay, YouTube chat's back up on there. You can see it now, and as well, thank you. Oh, hold on. Mirka, I believe? If not, let me know if it's wrong, but thank you for letting me know as well. Yeah, it just happened. Okay, now that we have that input event, let's see. Is action pressed? That's what I want to know. Now it's working all of a sudden. But welcome back. Cookie ad exists. That's literally it. Your ad exists now in the game. Congratulations. Let's see. If event is event key. Okay. This is what we need. That's Sputnik's. I see. Yeah. Thank you for coming over to Twitch just to let me know. As yeah. I don't know. The bot is delayed or something, but it's connected. Okay, so in our func input, it's is input dot action just pressed, and this needs to be interact, which is this one, and then we do if input is action just pressed interact. What we need to do here is do, and let me make sure I'm doing this. Okay, so if the input is action just pressed, For customers in range, what we'll do then is do as for now, but what we have to figure out is, all right, so all the customers that are in range, we need to check their current position or their current, what's the word? Their current, let me see. Customer here. Right now, the way the state machine is working by mouse and buttons movement, right? You're big braining, so see issue immediately. yeah, I appreciate it a lot. Issues do tend to happen. So I'm glad when you help. Testing, yeah, I see the testing, but it hasn't popped up yet. It popped up. There we go. It's so odd. Okay. So in saying all of that, the cafe in the customer manager, that's where the buttons are being pressed. Down here. This is on button pressed and everything, right? Let's see. Settings are an important part of game. Do you mind bloom or other post-processing effects that you'd wish to toggle off? You'd like to create a smooth playing experience for you? Settings would be nice. You don't have to add settings, but certain settings that I can kind of modify and edit would be cool. Right now in my game, I have a metronome setting and different other ones. Coding indeed, Dark Palm. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, Godot's having problems, YouTube's having problems, all the problems. Okay. Right now, when the customer visual controller is clicked, we can go ahead, if we go into this code here, our visual, or not visual customers containers list. If I go ahead and do customer here, our customer options container, this guy's called every time a customer is made. This delete button is them leaving. Let's see. You love the art, but coding hurts your brain? Yeah. Hopefully coding won't be too much longer. Setting, okay, I did read that. Okay, and hi Bean, welcome back. Okay, right now we need the seat button, and that's in the cafe, right? That's this one here. And if we go into here in the, if it'll let me, in our customer manager, and into the signal, which will, here we go. On customer seat button pressed, all of this stuff happens. And I think as well, so right now we need a way to seat the customer and we need a way to receive the order. And what we can do is, the seat customer sends a signal here. We can also have it emit a signal to the customer manager, I'm thinking, right? You guess you have to code some more. What's your thoughts on motion blur? I love motion blur. I know some people don't. I have like a range, so maybe you can do a range or something? I'm thinking what we can do here though, is have a way to, what's the best way to say it? Kind of helps me to always just type it out. For example, right now, the seat customer works by this purple dot right here is where the customers spawn. This is their wait spot. And the customer manager manages this customer that's in the wait spot. That is this guy right here. If it is this wait spot customer, it gets seated, is what I'm thinking. What I'm wondering. So, how can we do that? I want to make a transition, some sort of transition idea. I'm thinking in the seat customer or if the user. So I'm thinking we need some signals. So if we go back into our utility, if I can find a utility, close the states, close the managers down here. I can bring this guy up a little bit, and then in our common, in our utility, we have lots of signals and variables to help make things a little bit easier. We have delete customer, target is occupied, mouse clicked target, that sort of thing. And yeah, hi. Okay. Saying all of that, what we can do then is do a signal for signal seat customer. And then we can do customer. It would be, needs to be a little bit different. Customer, D-U-S-T-O-M-E-R. So start customer deletion. Customer to be deleted. It kind of helps. Customer, deleted customer. Deleted customer. And then this is customer to be seated. Next up then is the signal for the customer, which will say, and yeah, we need one for customer order being taken. I think that's what it needs to be. Order being taken. Or how do we call it in the customer back here? In our, here, it is waiting for waiter. We need a way to say customer order taken, something to that effect. So back here we have seat customer, then we have a signal for customer or take customer order. Like that. I think that's a little bit better. And then order taken. Customer to be seated should maybe be like customer order, customer taken order. No, that does not sound right at all. Customer taken, take order, customer. Customer to have order taken. There we go. It's a little long, but it's okay. You can always change these. This is more just for clarity. I don't think these names in here really matter. It just needs to be a customer. When saying all of that, what we can then do is have a sidebar for a menu, but first, let's just make sure, before we even add the menus, let's make sure the basic outline is working, and then we can kind of go into detail. So for example, let's work on seat customer, and then let's work on a way to make sure the customer's order gets taken. So I'll go ahead and grab these two guys here, make it a little bit easier. So then we can go ahead and do for customer is in range. And then we can do for customer in range. Then we can do if customer dot progress equal customer dot progress dot inline, then we seat them. This is where the seating will go. And then we have if customer dot current progress. Oops, it needs to be current progress. And we can go ahead and grab these guys. If customer dot current progress equals customer progress inline. Otherwise, if the customer dot current progress equal ordering, or it would be customer dot progress dot, it would be reading menu. Or no, it would be waiting for waiter. So if you're waiting for the waiter, that means reading's done. And then what we can do is we can go ahead and do, what is it called? It would be utility dot take customer order dot admit. And we can go ahead and do take order dot admit, and then we can go ahead and do the customer. To say this customer is asking to have their order taken. Otherwise, and we can go ahead and do this one. We say, go ahead and seat that customer. Seat. Which is all nice and handy. Like that. So in saying all of that, we can go back into, seat. We need take customer order. We need this to be this customer. Okay. So take customer order. Oh, they look the same. Hold on. If we go back into our utility, it should be seat customer to be seated. And if we go back into our, oh, hold on, where's our customer script? Is this guy in here? No. Oh, I have lost track of, oh, not customer, player character. That's why I got confused. It should be here. There we go. Customer to be seated. We can go ahead and copy this, paste this. I'm not missing anything anymore. Go ahead and grab that and grab that. So then it says seat customers. This is take customer orders. Take orders. And then I'm thinking, if it is you're seating them, then it breaks. It shouldn't collect everyone's orders all at once. It should just take whoever entered. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go ahead and do like that. If customer.current progress, and then we have break. And then we have break as well. It only does it once, whoever is in the nearest vicinity. It doesn't do it for everyone. We have seat customers or take orders, and that should work. Now that we have seat customers, seat customers or take order, what we can then do here is do. And now if we go back into our cafe, for our customer manager, let's see, that's on Portal, the game, or the mechanic. Let's see. On seat customer pressed. What we can then do next is go into our ready, and now we can do utility.customer to be seated.connect, and we can go ahead and do this here. Like this here. And then what we can do as well, because it returns void, what we can have this say is do customer, or it says returns void. What it needs to do is do, how can we do that? Customer. A little tricky, we'll see. The spaghetti code. Yep, it's getting a little iffy. The game itself, not a big fan. I'm just not a big fan of sci-fi. I really never looked into the game, but I've heard good things about it. So find random seat for customer to go to. Let's see. We don't need to do this, so that's not needed. Right now, we just need to do this. So find random seat. And right now, it's on spawn button pressed. Right now, we need on this. So finds random seat for customer to go to. So then if wait spot, yep. And it goes ahead and does that. So that's wonderful. So we can go ahead and say customer to connect, customer to be seated, check to seat customer. Like that. And then we can go ahead and do underline for here. What's the creature your character is hunting up? It is a little octopus boy. His name is Bobby. He's a wonderful amalgamation. But this form is just this plushy form. I made him a while back for my pixel art series and plushified him. Let's see. It needs to be this funk called check seat to customer. And then we get a customer. And then we do customer. And then this should work. Void. Like that. Yep. And then what we can do is do if customer equal wait spot, or wait spot dot customer, then we can go ahead and do this. All this is saying is if the customer is the wait spot customer, seat the customer. Bob the octopus. That's just how he looks, you know. His head has zero thoughts, head empty. He's a very head empty guy. All that information, all that knowledge can definitely make you go a little bit insane. So too many arguments. But, oh, I know why. It needs to be like that. I think. Now? Are we good now? No? Invalid access to property. Interesting. Let's see. At some point, you'll need to continue Undertale for the playthrough, which means you have to do the voice, the fish. Exactly. Considering I have 3 days of streaming, I'm thinking of doing 1 day programming, 1 day pixel art, 1 day games. If I can get around to it, but I'm thinking that's what I'll do. But utility.customer.seek.connect isn't working. Why is that? If we go into our ready. Okay, did read that. Ready to do. Where's our connects? Like up here. I thought it was connect. It is connect. Dot connect. And if we go into here, you can see. Okay, did read that. Yeah, you can see it in the eyes. Exactly. Those eyes have seen wondrous things. Wonderful, horrible things. The utility customer to be seated dot connect. And then it says check seat to customer on base object type node nil, which is a little bit weird, as this is the func check seat to customer. It does void. Something's wrong here. On base object type null. Utility dot, and I go back to utility. UTIL. Back here. Oh, I know why. It needs to be seat customer. There we go. That's what it is. Robert. Robert. He's Bobby. He's Bobby boy. Let's see. You can blink twice if you're in danger. 50-50 chance Voodoo Heiress names a cameo. Makes a cameo. That'd be horrifying. Oh boy. I don't know if you want that type of voodoo. Let's seat customer. And then we go back into the cafe. I had the I had the signals messed up. And then if we do this, voila, we're all good to go. Okay. Yeah, Bobby, my boy. My sweet boy. And we open up this. Okay, so now I should be able to seat still like this, right? Customer is seated. But what I can do now is I can go over to this customer and I should be able to press E and it moves the customer to the seat. So they are seated. Wonderful. And now in saying that, now we just need to have the customer, and so I think you can do this, E. That's cool. You just have to get near them and press E to seat them, and that seating works. Now we need a way to have them swap from after reading menu to ordering. We can go ahead and close this guy right here. This is going along quite slow. Okay. Go back into our player character. Now what should happen is once they are in waiting for waiter, now it goes into take order. And if we go back into our customer here, the hopeful thing is that, and let me go ahead and save as well. And I'll just call this customers can be seated. Like so. And if we do all of that, are we good to go? Bum. Yep, okay. And since that's that, let me get my water again. It's so odd. Usually my Godot freezes. Now it decides it doesn't want to freeze anymore. It goes straight to crashing. Just very weird. Okay, let me pull back this up so I can see. You're right, you're done. Oh, I didn't see it quite yet. Justice for Robert. There is no Robert here. No Robert in sight. Just sweet old Bobby boy. Okay. On saying all of that, now we need a way to swap from once they're ready to, well, once they're done reading, now they are ready for their waiting for waiter. We can go ahead and go into that. So they're in their sit state, but their sit state's kind of a different, there are different things in there. That's why I'm thinking the order process isn't really right. And then saying that, I'm gonna go ahead and just, we don't need order process. Order process makes head hurt. So we'll kick the order process out of there. On patient's timer timeout, let's see. I want different things to happen depending on the current timer. And just to do that, what I'm thinking is what we can do is have up here in our patient's timer, you can go ahead and go down here. And depending on the timer, we can choose different things. For example, if current progress, well, it wouldn't be if. It'd be match. Match current progress. And then we can do these guys get moved down here, as these are all the current progresses. And we can go ahead and do this and get rid of all of these guys, like so, like that. And tab you in. And then after that, it should just be some passes. A pass. Passes. And get all of those passes in. Oops. And like that. So different things happen depending on the process. Or the patient's timer. For example, if they're in line, then the progress in line turns into them leaving. So for example, the delete button that we have, if we go back into the cafe, the delete button in this customer open container here, this delete button has here, utility start customer deletion .admit.customer. We can go ahead and go into this, copy, and in our customer, if they're in line and their timer goes out, then we're gonna delete and self. And just to make things a little bit easier to know what's going on, we can also do in here, oh, that's a double space. Hold on. Print rich, like that, and do that. And okay, I did read it. And then we'll say here, customer, if I delete all of that, customer is leaving. And this one can be crimson. Like that. Customer is leaving. Waited too long in line. Wonderful. And then they'll go ahead and just get out of there. After that, let's see. If they're waiting on the waiter and waiter leaving, it's also leaving. Customer is leaving. Order was never taken. Waiter took too long. How about that? Waiter took too long. If they're waiting on their order, then it is customer is leaving. Order took too long. If it is the reading or the eating, these ones they're more forgiving. They're far more forgiving. So what we can do then is do for our reading. Once we do that, then we switch over to what is it? Then we do waiting for waiter. So we go ahead and have them do some cool stuff here. For now, we'll say this is where the customer will have their order. Order will pop up. Order will pop up. Well, no, yeah, this is on reading finished. So progress, reading menu, order will pop up. You wish you could also just admit deletion on yourself in some restaurant situations. Duck and roll, just gotta duck and roll. Though that is funny, yeah. It's just a delete, emit self. That is funny. So let's see, order will pop up. That makes sense, but what we can do is say, for now at least, is print here, and we can go ahead and say, customer is leaving, order took too long. This is customer is ready to order. And we can make this cyan. That's an easy color to see. And then after the eating is done, we can go ahead and say, which was it again? Customer is waiting for check. Print rich. Customer is ready for check. And then we can go ahead and do. This will also be here, yeah, ready for check. On patience timer, that one will need a little bit of tweaking to see, but we'll check it out. And that'll just be customers waiting for check. So on reading menu done, now we start the timer on, we can go ahead and just do set timer, like this. Set timer, oh, not set timer, oops. Update progress, here. The progress gets updated, and imagine you're in a restaurant and just duck and roll out of there. Never can return there. Why would you want to return there? I mean, at that point, it's all or nothing. Why not go up with style? What is that person doing rolling on the floor? How about just worm crawl out of there? Oh boy. So we can go ahead and do update progress. And it goes from reading menu to being progress dot, we can do waiting for waiter. So once that timer is up, it's waiting for waiter. Did not resolve external class member. I see. So the utility, oh no, never mind, it fixed itself. Wonderful. Okay, so right now this is kind of our semi state machine where once the timer's up, if they're reading the menu, now they're waiting for the waiter. Then waiting for the waiter. If it ends, then the timer says customer's leaving, it took too long. If you get to their order changing though, it definitely needs to be shifted. So back in the player character, right now we have if customer progress equals waiting for waiter, utility.takeCustomerOrder.admit, we can go ahead and say, and then we can go ahead and just grab this to make it easier on us to see what's going on. We can go ahead and say customer order taken. How about that? Customer order taken. Let's see. Just leave moonwalking style, because if you leave it style, gotcha, we'll take notes. Yep. Moonwalking style, that's a good one. You know, you can't look back after that. So let's see. How about we go with maroon? How about that? Maroon walking. Customer order taken. And now the utility.take customer order emit.customer. Not only that, now they are waiting on their order. So we can go ahead and say customer dot changer. What did I make it? This is where I forget. And update progress. Customer dot update progress. Customer dot progress dot waiting for order. There we go. You're right. You're gonna lurk while you complete your work as well. Sure. Good luck. Good luck. Cause work is hard, but it's fun when you can just chillax while also getting some work done. All right. So once we're here and it's waiting for order, what the player is looking for to see is if the customer's progress is currently waiting for waiter. Now their progress is updated to waiting for order. And then now it is customer admit, and now they're taking the customer's order. That's all good to go. When saying all of that, now we need to grab this guy. And then if we go back into our customer, right now this doesn't do anything. What it needs, so it doesn't do anything at the moment. So we can go back into our state machine. And if we go back into this guy, we can go ahead and go and paste. Definitely, a lot of these are for the mouse, where I was checking with the mouse and not with the controls. This will need to be cleaned up, but for now, these are in there for testing. Yeah, so it's a little bit of everything. Right now, we have utility.take customer order.connect. And now we have take order. Or it would be give order. Give order. And in there, we can go down here and do func. Give order. Give underscore order. And then we can go ahead. Oh, I don't know why I did all of that when it was doing its own thing. And then we can go ahead and just say for now at least, to make sure everything's working up to this point. Order given. Like that. Oops. There we go. Like that. Okay. Here's the test. Let me turn off collisions so it makes it a little bit more muddy. If it'll let me press play. Alrighty, Godot. Your time to shine. Let me reopen my Firefox so I can see. Okay, so we go ahead and click spawn. They're in line and they're waiting. This is a very long wait time, isn't it? So we can go ahead and modify that really easily. And all we have to do that is like this. Then if we go into customer here, an inspector, you can see here their wait time or their line patience. We can make their line patience low. And now that should increase the wait timer that we have, or decrease it. If I go ahead and in line, seems about the same. No, it seems faster. So for now, we'll just make the timer really fast to check and see. So what we can do is go into our profile, our customer profile, and in here, the low wait patience. Let's just make it 10 seconds. Or not wait patience, in line. The line patience right now is going to be usually 90, but we'll set it to 10. Just to make sure it's working. And then we can go ahead and do this. And now if I go ahead and just show it on screen, let's see if it works. Actually, let me see if everything works, truth be told. And to do that is a matter of going in with all the patients and doing this just to make sure and see if things are working up to speed. We have wait patients, we have all of these patiences. Oops. Slow, fast. We'll make the customer fast. Reading speed. Slow. Okay, reading speed's fast. Got it. Fast. Okay. So back in here, our line patience is low. Our order patience is low. Our waiting patience is low. Our eating speed is fast. Our reading speed is fast. There we go. And save everything. Let's see if this is working. And then if we go and open up our Firefox. Alrighty, time to shine. So this should be 10 seconds. I'll be honest, it doesn't feel like 10 seconds. So I can go ahead and we can check it. For example, if we go into our cafe customer, we go ahead and hide this for now. Oh, am I dying again? I am. Problems, but it's okay. I'm finding the problems as I go. Because it glows Godot, look at that. I'm now not dying. The game wasn't even running, and yet Godot was just lagging behind. I've only been using it for 2 years, but it's never happened before. Part of me is starting to believe maybe it's a computer issue. I mean, I'd hope it's a more Godot issue, that way I can feel a little bit better. And not have to rag on my computer about it being not up to par. And since Godot is reloading, let me grab some water. Okie dokie. We're back in Godot. Back at it again. Okay. Back in here, what I was trying to look for was in our customer. Right now, our customer's class is the necromancer, but for some reason the line patience is really low. So what I wanted to do was back in our customer profile, in our print, I wanted to do string int. Like this. I need to add all of you here. I need to add all of you here. Like this. Will that work? Yep, wonderful. And then we can go ahead and print the profile on the customer being created. Back on our customer, on ready, we can set the timer and also print the profile. And this will be profile.print. Oops. Profile.print. There we go. Okay. So now we should be able to get a better gauge at what it's seeing and what it's deciding to print. So just as a quick question, is the plan to keep the bar for the wait time? I'm not too sure right now. The idea, and it wouldn't be too fast or too slow to show you. The idea is that the customers will have a speech bubble, and then the outline of the bubble will, or the background at least, might fade the longer the wait is. But if we do bar, it's gonna be a little bit tricky as, yeah. One suggestion was to do expressions, see it on their face, but I feel like some customers you won't be able to see their face just because of the way the seats are. So maybe that's a thing of changing the way the seats work or way the seats are positioned, so for better clarity. Or I'm not too sure. Right now the bar is just the simplest way, but might keep the bar. The bar feels nice. We can go ahead and spawn, and then you can see down there line patience for some reason is, and let me show it here if it'll let me. Hold on. There we go. For some reason line patience is 90, which is weird. So if we go ahead and hide this and hide that, we go back into our customer profile, back into line patience. Why is it 90? It says here low. All of these are low. In our necromancer profile, line patience is also low on here. Does it need to refresh or yeah, int line patience. But line patience here is 90. Some odd reason. Let me try again. Click here, spawn. Line patience again is 90. Okay. Maybe what you need, dear customer, is a new assignment. Let me go ahead and reset your profile. And now let me load your profile from Necromancer. Like that. Okay. How about now? Line patience is 90 still. Huh. Do I need to redo the profile, maybe? No, the profile still says line patience 90. If I change it here to medium, what happens then? Now it says 120. It does not want to be 90. Weird. Okay, what if I go back to low now? Now the line patience is 10. Wonderful. That was weird. That is okay. Okay. So in saying all of that, you can go ahead and click spawn. And would you look at that? That line patience is going down. So hopefully it'll say in the comment below as well that the customer is leaving. They got angry. Leaving. There we go. Customer is leaving. Waited too long. Wonderful. And I'll go ahead as well and post this here to make it a little bit easier to see. Like that. And get a little bit smaller. But I'll put it here for now at least. Okay. So you would value readability overall, like prioritization and urgency need to be visible on a glimpse. You think Yeah, so just a spitball. There's an hourglass with normal outlines above the head, spinning occasionally, and the less patience they have, the more it becomes red and spins more often and starts shaking. Ooh, I will write that down. That's a neat idea. Where is my pen at? Yeah, that is something to consider. Some sort of baking, A-I-N-G, hourglass, Hourglass. Okay, gotta note it down. Because that is a neat idea, yeah. I definitely think clarity is important, and especially because it is a game about speed, it's also very important. So once more, just to show off the spawning, they have all the stats there, and then once in line, the customer gets angry and leaves. So in line right now, but then it goes to leaving, and it prints out, yep, customer is leaving, waited too long. All right, so if I spawn the customer again, I go over to the customer, if I can click it in time, I go over the customer, customer's moving, seating customer, and now customer's moving, reading menu. Good. And then once reading menu is over, the customer should say, and I shouldn't be able to click anything as well. So they're reading the menu. Now that they're reading the menu, they're waiting for the waiter. Customer is ready to order. But if I don't answer them when they're waiting for order, or waiting for the waiter, they should leave. And let's see, leaving. Customer is leaving, waiter took too long. That's great. Or an alarm clock, or tea kettle, or smiley that turns angry. Something here's the spot, yeah. Or I don't want it to be a thing of where the ticking timer, and then imagine if you see a lot of people, and now there's just so many timers going off. That'd be very overwhelming. Well, they're reading the menu. This is good. And so I should be able to go up to them now that they're waiting for the waiter, waiting for order. So customer order taken. Now that they're waiting for order, if the timer goes out, now they should leave because order took too long. And if we wait on that, it should say now leaving, customer is leaving, order took too long, which is wonderful. The last but not least, now we just need a way to have it, and I'll go ahead and seat you. Customer is reading, give them a second. But I like the tea kettle or alarm clock idea. So we have the reading menu, and now the customer is waiting for the seat, and now that they're waiting for order, it should just say in text that, but nope, it does not. Okay. Now we just need a way to say their order is taken. And then we need an eating. Wonderful, it's working so far. And Godot's decide, you know what, since it's working, hardball. Decides to close, and that is A-okay. The good news is we're making progress. That's what matters in testing. No, wow. It stopped messaging again, but I see it. It didn't turn up there, but I see it. Let's see, have you already programmed in a salary for the staff? Nope, the staff is going to be skeletons that she summons. They're gonna be skeleton butlers. Later down the game, when you get enough credit or just currency, I'm thinking if maybe it's the ghost you banish or something to that extent, but after a certain amount of currency, you'll be able to spawn skeleton butlers, and that'll be the staff. And since you spawn them and they're your skeleton butlers, they don't take any currency. You buying them or making them, as she's really good at necromancy, but she's not good at baking. So she decided she's just going to use her magic to make the food. All right, Godot is back open. So back to Godot we go. I say how the bot isn't working today, but rest assured, I do have the chat up again. We're all good to go. Okay. With all of that said, let's see. I go into where are we at? Now we need to check here and reading menu. It's all good and fancy. Yep. Well, you mean you can't underpay your staff if you don't pay them at all? Exactly. They're happy to work of service though. The way necromancy works in this universe at least is that if the souls don't want to be taken advantage of, quote unquote, or don't want to be used, then they simply can't be used. So these are willing participants. These are people that have passed and they're like, you know what? I do want to be a butler. Sounds like fun. Will they make clonky bone sounds to the beat of the music? That's a good idea. That is a good idea. That sounds like fun. Definitely, when we get in sound effects and special effects, that'll be fun. So I'm thinking, let's see, customer order taken. Something's wrong here. Customer progress equals customer progress and waiting for waiter. We go back into customer. Back here where it says waiting for order. Ooh, I see. That's why it didn't work. because after we do waiting for waiter, once they're waiting for waiter, if they okay, update progress. This is what we need to do. Go back in the cafe, or not cafe, player. What we need to do, okay, I'll just say that. Customer update progress, waiting for order. That makes sense. So right now, the order is being waited on, and they're taking the order. So customer order taken, and let's just double check all of that. Yeah, skeletons can't smile as well. What do you mean they smile with their hearts? That's the important part here. Hearts are smiled. I want to see at the bottom, you can kind of see the order being taken or waiting for order. So we have reading, we have waiting for waiter, customer order taken. That works. Now we just need the order to be served. So this is where the customer, so take orders is here. Next up we have, I definitely don't think you should get penalized depending on the customer, but it's like a thing of, wow, well, this isn't my order. But what we can do here is do serve order. And then we can go ahead and say, all right, if, I don't know why I didn't do this. Match customer dot current progress. There we go. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier, but this, at this point, it's a switch case. That's fine and dandy. Do like this. There we go. That should help. You can't imagine being like, you know what, now that I'm dead, I feel like working as a waiter, especially giving the treatment. Well, that's the thing. This character, why she's so good at being a necromancer is because she highly respects the dead. You know, you get breaks and everything, and she's very loving and caring towards them. There's the thing of, you know what, if you had to have a boss, why not her? Gotta go and stuff, good luck in your project. Please free Robert. It's really misses him. What family? Well, thank you for coming, Sputnik. And thank you for the help as well. Oh boy. They're giving the treatment they get for saying, nah. All of these kids are respectful. Well, I say kids, they're not kids, they're college students. Them youngins. Customer. I think it's all the anime I've seen, where it's just high school. This is a college setting. Progress dot waiting for order. Waiting W-A-T-I-N-G for order. There we go. And saying that, now we have customer order taken. What's another cool color we can use for notification? As we have maroon, we have crimson. We need another color. As customer is eating, or customer has been served. Like that. And then we have customer dot take order, update progress. They're no longer waiting for order. They are now eating. And then we can go ahead and say this is being served order. And we'll just do this. Serve order, take order. Otherwise, how about aqua? A-Q-U-A. Aqua. Here we go. And doing that, we have the customer eating. Now it's no longer take customer order. Now what we need to do is match the order. To say, all right, is this their order? If it's not their order, then it's not valid. So you need a way to check order validity, but we can do that after we figure out the overall proper employment. You see, yeah, so when there are angry Karen customers that you can boot out instead of serving, like they have a state of belittling, or I want to speak to the manager, and you can kick them out. Yeah. You know, Gabby's a little shy, but she's very passionate about her cooking, and if you don't respect her cooking, you're out of here. Oh boy. Okay. So progress eating. And then once they're done eating, they need to be let out. So after eating's over, it moves into customer progress, waiting for order. It needs to now be waiting for check. So if they're waiting for check, then we go ahead and say customer progress dot leaving. There we go. Customer has been served. Customer leaves happy. We can do that. Leaves happy. And then we can go ahead and just do yellow for their happiness as they leave without a hitch. So we can go ahead and say progress waiting for check. Yep. And if they're waiting for check, then you can leave and they take order, and we don't need any of that. What we need them to do is customer update progress. And after waiting for check, maybe then it admits. I mean, waiting for check can have its own timer, and then we can kind of have it delete and everything. But right now, we need a customer leaves happy, and then the customer can maybe leave after a second. So yeah, maybe, take order dot emit. We don't need any of that. They'll have their own timer. So this is serve order, and then this is take payment. There we go. So your payment is taken, or their payment's taken. And lastly, what we need to figure out is the wait for order. We'll have a check to see, but for right now, it's just a thing of, all right, is your order, are you in this progression? If you are, then we can go ahead to progress to eating and utility.takeCustomer.emit with the customer. And not only is this take customer order, we need to also check the order we're giving, and this would be in the player's inventory, I guess. We can go ahead and say our cookbook dot we go back into our customer, for example, in our order. It's going to be a flavor combo and a product. So we need to figure out the combination of the flavor combo and the product. And in saying that, okay. So we need a flavor combo and a product. Go ahead and grab this flavor combo. And if we go back into our player character, cookbook.flavorcombo, flavor combo, and cookbook.product. As we're checking to see if this customer's order is correct. So I guess in that sense, then it would be a matter of customer.takeorder.admit. No, it would be more so a thing of saying check customer match. So customer dot check order match, like this, and then we take in the cookbook dot flavor combo that we have dot, for now it'll be none, and then our cookbook dot product dot none, for now at least, and order matches. So this needs to be check order matches, but what we can do is do order matches. If customer order matches, and we can go ahead and do if customer order matches, and we can go ahead and update our progress, and now we go on to everything else. Otherwise, and that's what I'm thinking as well, it's a thing of, what if two customers are beside each other who both need their order taken? How would you then select the order? Would you have to then look at them, or? For example, if the customers are, say is, okay, good, I can show you. But for example, if we move up here, if these two customers are sitting here, how are you supposed to tell them apart? Is it because you're standing next to them, or? Like if you're up here versus the customer who's above me and the customer who's beside me, how is that checked? If I'm standing here to take the customer's order below me, is it that customer or is it this customer? That's why I'm thinking maybe the radius should be a little bit smaller to help with figuring that out. It's not as big and you can't worry about it too much. We can go ahead and shrink the radius a bit, and let me make sure I do that as well. Okay. And we can go ahead and make the radius smaller. It's just as big as the player, just about. And then we can go ahead and say, all right, well, if you're in this collision area, then it's most likely you're looking for that one. And maybe like this, more so towards the face. We can of course modify these guys a little bit. For now, I think this is just a general radius that will work. And then we can go ahead and go back into here. So if customer order matches, do all of this. Else, wrong order. We can go ahead and maybe do, I've been doing crimson for error. So let's just keep going with crimson for error. Crimson. Wrong order. Wrong order. Wronger order. Wrong order. And I don't think they should get mad at you giving them the wrong order. Nothing happens. It just says wrong order. Or maybe they make a head shaking motion to say, that's not my order. Choose a different one. And that lets you kind of move around and check again. And hopefully kind of re-move. But I'm hoping we don't have to do something else to choose the customer, but we'll see. And let me get some water. Bum bum. Okay. And since that is all nice and good to go, and saying that, let's give it a go. For now, we definitely need to do this function. So in our customer, we have a function called order matches. We can go ahead and go here, and we can do a func called order matches. And it is a flavor combo. So it would be flavor combo. And then it will be a product. Product. Like that. And then what we have to do is do pass func order matches like that. And then what we can do is do cannot resolve. Sometimes it likes doing it, sometimes it doesn't. Back in our order, this is where everything gets made. That's why I'm thinking, does the customer order its own thing, or as they do have an order function, but I'm thinking we go ahead and get the order. For example, we have the export var customer, and then on ready we set the order, print the order, and we can go ahead and in the set order maybe we can have the customer's order. And this is why I prefer the what is it, pairs. There's a thing you could do in C++ at least where you could have a pair of values instead of XY. But what we can do is say our flavor and our combo. We should be able to go into customer, and in here in our order we can go ahead and do export var on ready var. This is their order here. The var order is order. And then down here, if order equal, or order dot flavor combo equals flavor combo. And then if product, or order dot product equals product. Yeah, that's right. If order dot flavor combo equals flavor combo, and it needs to be equal, like that. And this is also a bool, so it returns a value of true or false. And this is return true. And this is return false. Like that. Now I'm not sure about you guys. Oh, well, they fixed themselves, which is weird. But good to go. And in saying that, we have our order combos. For now, at the very least, it's going to return true. We can go ahead and do pass, and it can return true. We don't need to worry about orders at the moment. This is just temporary orders. So then back in our cafe, now we should be able to go ahead and, we don't need cafe, we need the customer. Well, the player really. Now it's checking. If this is true, then we progress to eating. So let's give that a go and see what we get. And go back here and open up the game. Oops. I said I can open up the game. It'll let me. Where are we at? Okay. We can go ahead and spawn. Customer's in line. Now, customer, dear customer, you're reading the menu. While they're reading the menu, you can't do anything. It's good to go. Once the menu is read, then they move on to ordering. Alright. Waiting for waiter. Well, I'm here. I'm your waiter. Is it because I'm not in the right area? Yeah. Okay. So we'll need to fix the collision bit. So now waiting for order. Here's your order. Customer has been served. That's good to go. So now that they're eating, once they're done eating, it should be waiting for waiter, or waiting to leave, something to that nature. Customer is ready for check, but it still says eating. Okay. Let's go ahead and tweak that. If I go ahead and hide all of that. Show all of this. Okay. So back on our customer side of things, once the eating timer is done, now we do here in our eating, we do waiting for check. Something that extends, that's why I'm thinking, we don't really need waiting for check. They just need to be waiting, or, yeah, there's no timer here. Waiting for check. And what do I have here? Waiting for check, yep. Waiting for check. And then once they're waiting for check, once they're out of waiting for check, then they go to leave. Once waiting for check, if they are waiting for check, and if we check as well for player, if waiting for check, they leave. Let's just do a double check on the check and see what we get. In line. Alright, go to your seat. Go on. Get a move on. Get a mosey. Alright, reading menu. I can't do anything. I gotta wait or do other stuff. That's all good to go. Dun dun dun. And then once reading menu is over, waiting for waiter. Alright, the waiter is here. Now they're waiting for their order. This is at the point where I would go ahead and make the food, get the order, and then come back, waiting for order. Now they're eating. Gotta make sure they eat. And once they're eating, and I can't again do anything, but now that they're eating, which is nice and handy. Once eating's done, now they're waiting for check, and they're just sitting there. They're not gonna move on or anything, but that's a seat taken up that could have been used somewhere else. Waiting for check, we can go ahead and do leaving. So now they should be leaving. They're not leaving. What's next up is making sure they leave. Alright. The customer is leaving. Okay. Customer update progress, leaving. That should work. Customer leaves happy. On update progress, leaves. Aren't you leaving? Let's see. Oh, I know why. We go back into customer. On patient's timeout. On update progress, if progress bar. Yep, I see. Got ya. As leaving right now is here, but if they're leaving, then they gots to go. Update progress. Current progress equals new progress. If progress.timer has value, what we can do here then is do here. And then we can do current progress equals new progress. What we can say is if new progress equal progress dot leaving. I guess I don't know if I like leaving. I think I like more so because where else do we use leaving? They kind of just leave on their own, but it says leaving. Well, instead of leaving, let's say a different progress. Because leaving, I feel like it's more negative, but we'll see. If new progress equals progress leaving, and then we pass. And then we go ahead and do everything else. That's not the case. But if the progress is leaving, they would go ahead and do all of these things. And peace. Okay. We'll start customer deletion. What are you angry about? Not resolve external class member. Is this in utility itself? Hold on, utility. Utility is good to go. And make sure Fox is done. Go back into our customers. for some reason. Oh, well, fix itself. So if we do all of that, what do we get? I will reopen it here, like so. And go ahead and do spawn. I just want to make sure those timers work. So they're in line. That's all working nice and dandy. That's all good to go. Da, da, da. And then, oh. Ooh. Infinite recursion. Don't ever want to see that. Oh boy. That's what I'm thinking, yeah, it needs another name. Leaving happy. Leaving served. Leaving served. Which is different from served since they're leaving being served. So we can go ahead and say if new progress.progress leaving served. That should take care of it, hopefully. And then go ahead and copy, well not copy, comma. And am I dying again? I am. Hold on. Save Godot, close Godot. I've learnt. I can feel the sense of lag. Give it a second and it'll spritz itself up, apparently. Yep, there we go. I'm back. Okay, well. I've got its method down. That's the important part. I start feeling funny. Like I can feel the lag move over me. So if I just reopen Godot, we'll reopen it and then we'll be good to go. Water break. One might even say we're good to Godot. Oh, that's awful. Alright, Godot is back up and going. Okay, here we go. Go ahead and hide this guy. So cannot find leaving not served. Yeah, hold on. I need to do you. And then I need to do you. Leaving served. Like that. And now you utility self-admit thing. Always very funny, but that's okay. We can then go back in here into the player character. And then if they're waiting for check, the process isn't leaving, it's leaving served. The difference in the fact that leaving served is all about an debugger. What are you debugging about? Oh, that's fine. It's just a test. Like that. And then we have spawn seat. Okay. We're going to go ahead and spawn. Let's just double check with the inline. And are we good to go in that aspect? Making sure that they leave. And they're in line, leaving. Yep, that works. Customers leaving, waited too long in line. Wonderful. So we can go ahead to the customer idle state. Now they're moving and they're seating. Well, they're getting seated. That is their process of seating. So now they're reading the menu, which is all nice and dandy. We have to wait on them reading the menu. Let me go ahead and spawn another one while we're waiting. So now we can go ahead and move them. And while they're doing that, oh, waiting for waiter. This might be tricky to figure out with movement. Waiting for order. Go ahead and eating, reading menu. Oh, this is, oh man, I can already see it being tricky. So waiting for waiter. This definitely needs to change radius. Now they're waiting for check. So I can go ahead and, oh, waiting for order. There, hold on, there, order. There we go, eating. And then I can go ahead and go for your check. Leaving served. There we go. Customer leaves happy. So now that they're eating, they're waiting for their check. And then it'll, yeah, collisions is definitely got to be changed, but leaving served. Wonderful. It's working. Wonderfully working. Okay. With all of that said, as Godot decides, yep, now's the time where I will leave. Oh boy. Alright. Oops. Wrong button. Needs to be this button. Okay. Da, da, da. We can go ahead and edit. And then wait for it to load. Progress. Still progress, but progress. And here we are again, back at this wonderful place. I wanted to see about the collision shapes. And that's what this guy is, and click play. And go ahead and do, hold on. Oh, there we go. and you can see stuff. The red, I don't know if I mentioned that, but the red dot is where they go to leave. So if I remove the red thing, that's where they'll move, and then you can see with the purple dot, that is them saying, alright, this is where I get spawned at. And then the purple being highlighted is them saying, this is the seat I've chosen. So now they're reading the menu. And technically, all they have to do, or all I have to do, is be here, and it should work. Yeah, waiting for order. That does work. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, some of these collisions, you get hooked on them. I definitely think the collision should be maybe a little bit bigger, as... yeah, that doesn't feel too good getting stuck. Okay, they're waiting for the check and they're just sitting there. So I can go ahead and leaving served. Wonderful. Okay. Now my question is... spawn seat, 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 blah 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 blah. Oh. Didn't like that for a second. Oh, what have I done? I just realized I don't think I'll be able to get all their orders. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Your orders, yes, your orders. Yep, all of your orders. Yep, hold on. Okay. They're being served, customers leaving, orders taking too long. I can definitely see this getting very hectic. Yeah, waiting for check. I got some of them. And now they're waiting, order took too long. Okay. So it definitely did handle that test of seeing if I could just spawn a lot of guys and move them in. It did work. Second up is checking to make sure, well, I guess now would be a matter of ordering and everything, right? Making sure we grab their orders. I'm just thinking of putting a box here, and you'll just sit in this box at least for now until I mess around with things. And I'm thinking we can just have 3 different places you can stand on to choose what order, and then you can get back in here. And then next up will be just incorporating the game mode into here. For now, just making sure the order and customer system and making sure all of that's nice and good to go. Because I think, yeah, then it can be deployed and we can see the customer part. Is that working well? As for right now, it's a little tricky, but just want to make sure the ordering part's working. So in saying that, let me go get some more water. And I will be right back as I've ran out of water. I need more water. I need more sustenance. Oh, hold on. What is this? I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. Gothic expects 0 arguments, but was cold with 1. Oh no. Take customer order is 1 argument. What are you on about? It says here, it admits with 1 customer. That is true. That makes sense. Yeah, method expects 0 arguments, but it has an argument. Right there, take customer order, and then in utility, take customer order. You were odd, and I have no idea why you're angry, but we'll figure that out in a second. Let me go grab that water, and I will be right back. Okay. good old classic water break. Oh, wrong water. And I've got it. So we're all good to go now. Oh. All nice and fueled. Okay. Where did we leave off? Right. These guys. I don't know why they're saying it. Method expects 0 arguments, but called with 1. The issue is that this method does have an argument. And it is this guy right here. Okay. What was the argument again? Take customer order? Got water, exactly. Some water. Let's go ahead and spawn. And I want to try again and see if I get that error. Reading the menu. Give it a second. Dun-dun. And then, after reading the menu, waiting for waiter. There it is. Debug. Yeah, something's off with that guy. Not a reason. Take order. Oh, is it because it says break? Maybe? What was it? Pass? Try that. And then let's see if that helped at all in the slightest. Da-da. Fun. This is pretty neat to see them coming in now and I can actually tell them to go sit at a seat. Reading menu and everything. Give it a second to wait for a moment. And then, what are we at? Waiting for waiter. So there's still the debugging is happening, which is weird. And again, it's happening twice. Yeah, I think that double speak is coming back to haunt me. Eating's fine, waiting for check's fine. Leaving. Oh, that's good. But for some reason, well, that is not working. Okay. Error calling from signal to callable. Okay. Bottle of water. In it. Exactly. Utility.takeCustomerOrder.emit. And let me go ahead and hide those. Utility.take, maybe it needs to be in player? What are we doing in here? Oh, that is from player. Okay. So back in customer, and it's utility.admit. And in here, in our ready, we do the profile. Okay. Well, it's not in here. Is it the state machine that we're looking into? Take custom order. Is that it? Yeah. And then we do give order. And then if we go down here to give order. Yep. That is it. So we have to do give order. Great. But, yeah, that's the issue, is that argument's not in here. I'm wondering if this is even needed, as right now it is saying order given, right? Up here we have customer.update progress and then utility.take customer order. That makes sense. The thing is we're getting true on that, right? Progress waiting for order. So this is take order. I see, okay. In that case, once we take the customer order and that gets admitted into the customer, what we need to do then is check to see if it is the right order. That's the utility.take customer order. Is that in the state machine? Great. Let's see. Yep. Got ya. Then we need to do a customer. Customer, exit customer. This is the customer giving order. Customer. There we go. And that should get rid of our error. And then next up, what we can do is do print order dot, and this is in our state machine, or is this in customer? State machine. So we can do print dot get parent get parent dot order dot print order. There we go. So that should work. And then what we can do is do if customer giving order equal get underscore parent, get parent, like that. Then we can go ahead and just say, all right, this is the order, and the order will go up to the board to say, this is the order you need to get. We can go ahead, like this. And now, hopefully, fingers crossed, when we spawn, shouldn't give us an error at the bottom. Inline, all right, go ahead and get your thing. Ready reading the menu, that's getting good. So next up should be after they're seated, then they're going to give their order. And that is made with the waiting for waiter. All right, customer is ready to order. So we go ahead and get their order, and there is their order. Flavor combo sweet null. Interesting. We'll have to see what that null is. We give them the order, customer has been served. Now they're eating. Let's go ahead and see about that print order. We can go here into order. And there's a null here, which is odd. As yeah, we do have the customer order. And we can go ahead as well on the ready. We can go ahead and do this. And we can go ahead and hide the profile as well since we don't need it at the moment. And am I dying again? I am. I realize, I adapt, I overcome. Give it a second. I am moving in slow motion. Okay, we're all good to go. I'll move back over to concepts, reopen Godot, and we'll continue from there. The trials and tribulations. Then go ahead and reopen. Bum bum. We can go ahead and continue. It'll let me. Welcome back, Godot. Can't tell if you were missed or not quite yet. Well, it's 2 timing. Okay. So back down here, we don't need to worry about the order matching for now. What I'm not worried about, but just confused about is that null, which is very weird. Back at our customer, we go back up here, we can go ahead and comment out the profile print. Don't need that much anymore. Just a matter of picking a few things, and let me hide that. So spawn's customer. And that's all we're looking for here is, oh, there we go. Customer's about to leave. There they go. Okay. The spawn, they're in line, I go up to them, I take their order. Great. Now they're reading the menu, as they're seating. So now that they're reading the menu, gives them a second to read the menu. Once they've read the menu, then it moves on to waiting for waiter. Customer's ready to order. Now customer order is taken, and now we get that null. Okay. So something after the product combo, or something maybe in, where are we at? In our order? If I go ahead and print order and do k pass, what happens? Do we still get a null? That's what I'm curious about. I'll go ahead and spawn, go up to them, get their order, customer gets seated and everything, reading the menu, that's all good to go. Coding ASMR, exactly. They're fun, aren't they? Sometimes relaxing, sometimes not. Waiting for waiter, customer's ready to order. So something's printing null, and it's not in here. Okay. So back up here where we go into our Yep. Let's see. Customer order. If customer, here we go, give order. All right, give order is working. Then we just print the parent order.print order. That makes sense. Maybe we have to go all the way into player character here. And where we see here, maybe, as it is, customer is ready to order. Where is that at? Customer has been served. Customer leaves happy. Customer has been served. Wrong order. Well, that's all good to go. We need the customer is ready to order. So when they're ordering, so waiting for order, waiting for waiter. I think, well, above this one, progress in line, pass. Serve order. We can go ahead and do pass. Well, it should be break, not pass. Oops. Like this. And then out of here, in the if for match, you can go ahead and do break. I think that helps. And then cannot use break outside of a loop. This is, oh boy, this is why looping is always so like finicky, as I want this for loop to be broken out of. There we go. Okay, so then back up here, what we need to do is figure out why this null is being printed. The customer is ready to order. Where is that being found at? As after the customer is in, well, waiting for their order, we need the customer waiting for waiter. So once this is here, we do take customer order and we do customer update progress. Okay. Okay. What I'm gonna do then is see if I cross out these, does null still happen? Let's take a quick check. In line, moving, and while they're waiting, let me go ahead and get some water. Nice delicious water. And go ahead and do waiting for waiter. Yeah, so it's one of these two guys is messing us up. So I'll go ahead and write them. So on our customer.update progress, down here in our update progress, we go ahead and do all of this. This should be fine. And let's just double check, is this nice? We can just do a double check and see. This shouldn't give us null, but let's see. Oh, is it the customer need maybe? I don't know. We can go ahead and do that and then give it another second or two to see about the ordering, as it shouldn't say null. Customer order taken. Okay. That is good to go. So it is this guy here, where the take customer order is being emitted. There you go. So down here in our customer take order, or in our state machine maybe, you're taking the customer's order. We go back up here, take customer order. Okay, which brings us down to give order. And the order is printing null, which is interesting. Interesting for sure. Okay, so this is printing null. For some reason, the order is null. And this is the state machine? Yep. Okay. Order is not null, but this itself is null. Then we have different types and everything, which is nice. Customer, target, all of that's good to go. Customer.order. Oh, I know why. I see. It's because they're thinking order is some sort of variable or function. So what I would have to do is in our state machine here is do, and I'm wondering, does this use order at all? It does. Okay. In that case, back in our state machine, in our order, what we'll have to do is bring order into here, like this. And then what we can say is, no troll strikes again. Exactly. Oh boy. And so then it should just be this. And now we should be better. And this print doesn't even need to be in anymore because all of it's print. So now, let's give it a go. I go ahead and spawn the customer. Bum, bum, bum. Go ahead and seat them. They go ahead to their seat. They go ahead and read. And then fingers crossed, that is all good to go, nice and dandy. You're reading the menu. Okay, customer's ready to order. There we go. See, no more null. Now it just says flavor combo, bitter product cake. Wonderful. Okay. When saying that, let's go back over to concepts and take a roll call for what we have so far done. Yes, order was a big mystery, but I'd say order's done now. Let me go ahead and turn back on my tablet. And we'll go ahead and it'll connect. Oh, are we good to go now? Wonderful. Okay, I can go ahead and race this guy. Do a check. Okay, so order's done. Everything's good to go. Right now, the customer has the spawn, delete, assign seats in the progress stage. We did that as well. That's all good to go. And let me make sure this is... Oh, open so I can see. There we go. Hi, Moon Raider. You forgot there was a stream today? No problem. Stream has been very buggy and finicky. Oh, by all means. I'm glad you could at least make it. Yeah. There's, the online screen for YouTube is wonky. Yeah, we're getting stuff done. Look at us. But I just pulled up the YouTube chat. Thankfully, I was able to catch in a little bit of time. Yeah. Right now, we have our timer. That's done. We have our order. We have our movement. Customer's basically done, which is nice. Fine way to seat. That's great. On saying all of that, progress stages, we can go ahead and say that's also done. D-O-N-E. We got everything done. That's surprising. We were able to get it done in that time. So next up, what we have to do is a few more things, and then we can kind of pair it together. What we have to do now is have a way to show, let me move over here a little bit. Next on the agenda, we have a few things we have to do. First is we have to have a way for the player to, well, we have it right now, right? A way for the player to match the order they have in their hand with the order that's on for the customer. But for right now, we can just say, and let me zoom in a little bit to make it a little bit easier to read. So customer served order. That's already kind of done. Right now, we have the check system in place. What we need to do is have a way to have the customer, O-M-E-R, order. Well, let's just do this, customer. They need to have an order on screen, D-E-R, on screen, R-E-E-N. Not only do they need to have the order on screen, we also need to have a way for there to be an order menu. We'll just do this down here. Order menu. That way we can tell the customer orders are getting registered and everything. Right now, the game screen is here. And this is all game stuff. And the goal is that the order menu will be here. You can see everything that the customers have ordered. So what's the new Eris brain rot today? What do you mean? There's only big brain thinking and multi-learning and big going on here. No brain rot allowed here. Only big brains. Right now, the order menu is kind of like this. And then when you go to the other side of the screen, this is the spellcasting room, right? So then the order menu shifts to being here, where you can see it at. And then the game screen will be here. This is how the game's kind of set up at the moment. So this is where the spellcasting goes on at. And this is where the menu will take place. We need a way to have the menu look nice and cool. Aside from figuring out the order menu and positioning, we also, as I said, the order on screen, but really that'll be this guy, right? Evidence of voodoo dollars. Wait, that was necessary. That was highly necessary. It was important that we had it there. The customer needs to have a visible order. There we go. Visible order. Oops. If it'll let me type. Escape. There we go. Brush. There we go. I'll do this color. Visible order. Visible. I-E-L-E. Order. Or D-E-R. Let's see. Evidence B. Moldy computer. Well, those were imperative for learning and growth. They're the exact opposite of brain rot. Let's go ahead and move our to-do list. Down here. Oops, I took away the check mark. Let's move them up here. There we go. And by visible order, I mean this menu here that we have at the moment, where it's an idea of some chat boxes to say, or at least see what the customer's ordering. We have the box and the bubble, like this, and then depending on what they want, I'll have that filtered in. For example, this is sweet, and then this would be sweet cake. That's how the menu works, like this. It's saying, I want a sweet cake. We need a visible order. That's important. We need the order menu. That's also important. Go ahead and underline this guy to make it a little bit easier to see. We have to have the order menu. And speaking of order menu, we need to add the spell screen. We can go ahead and say spell screen. or at least the spell casting, needs to be incorporated into the game. The spell casting needs to be added. Spell casting. Spell casting needs to be added. Now go ahead and move this guy down here. Aside from the order menu and the spell casting needing to be added, dun, 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 we will need to figure out a better way for better timers. Let me go ahead and move this up here, about there, as we will need a visible order. We'll need better timers. That'll be something to brainstorm about. To brainstorm about. Better timer. We'll write that on there for now. Better timer. Like that. Better timer. Because right now the bars are definitely no bueno, right? And speaking of the order menu and talking about that, we need a way to keep track of the served. Let me draw an arrow here as we're, or really the order menu would need a different layout, a specific layout. Game and exactly. Hi Jet, welcome to stream. And hi Zas, welcome to stream as well. Welcome you two. Let's see, in our order menu, we need the orders of the customers. Maybe we can have the heads of the customers serve up for orders. Indeed, welcome. Trying to map out what else needs to be done for my game. So in the order menu there, we have the customers, and I'm thinking we have their head, the 2 eyes, their smile, and then what they want is like a bubble, and then we have the list of customer orders or something. Aside from that, we have maybe who we served today, or number of happy, angry faces. You have the happy face, you have the angry face, angry face, and so on for all of those things. For the side of the order menu, that can kind of keep track. And I think that'll be it mostly. We'll need a way to do for the day. And hello, Comet's Legacy. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, and welcome to stream. Let's see. Yeah, we'll need a way to have a day timer, or a cafe timer, really. So I'll move this up here and go cafe timer, F-E timer, M-E-R, to show the day cycle, right? Have the customers raising their hands. Yep. Their hands will be raised, and I can show you now in a second once I finish this. But cafe timer is just a day timer. How long the day goes on. Day timer. As well, I would like to have at some point some sort of rush hour for lunch. That comes after, but that would be handled in the cafe timer. But I think this is what's left to do in terms of, it's surprising how many customer serving games you've seen. It's a very popular genre and one of my favorites. And so yeah, I love playing cafe sims and restaurant sims, but I think these are the few things we have to get done before the prototype's complete. And then once the prototype's done, we can then flesh out the game and add more stuff and more features and more looks. But overall, we need a cafe timer to track the day. We need a way to show the customers' orders. We need a better timer system. We need a way to, we have to incorporate the spellcasting part of the game, and we have to add a way for the ordering menu. And then after that, I think the game will have the prototype done. So if not this week, next week, hopefully the prototype should be up and over with. So in saying that, I can quickly show you Dark Prom since you asked. A sprite. Dun, dun. And while that's loading up, let me bring you back into Godot so you can kind of see what I'm seeing in visualizations. That's pretty fast, you think? It's been at least a month of developing, and a month of not even just daily developing. I haven't had much time to do stuff, but the time I've been given, I've been trying to work on it at least. Trying to set goals and everything. Nice things. So right now, this is the debug menu, but this will be removed, and this is where the menu will go. So when the customers are coming in and you're taking their menus, I want here to be where they pop up. So that's where the menus will pop up. And then if we go over here to the kitchen area, which I was talking about, here's where the other menu will go, so you can see your orders. And then here is where the spell game will go. And in reference to the spell game, to those of you who may have not seen this spell game before, might as well show it off as we don't have to do more stuff, so we can just go with what we have. And I can go ahead and do play scene, hide it, do it. It is pretty loud. Let me, how can I do this? There we go. Like that, and I say it's pretty loud. Let me just turn this down. Yep, thank you. So this is what the game will go on the side. It is the rhythm typing part of the game. This is what was first made to make sure it was fun. If you want to give the try. If you want to give a try for this part of the game yourself, you can go there, that link, and you can give it a go. But the idea is that when customers take your order, and I realize this volume is kind of a little bit low. The idea is that when you take your customers' orders, you have to go into that back area, and then you'll have to type in the spell. So for example, this might be a bitter, it looks like a bitter spell. So if they order a really bitter cake, this might be the spell you have to type. So then it's a quick mini game of FROMWHISPERS. And so it's a rhythm game of typing. And once that typing's done, you'll get your food. And once you get your food, you'll go back to the customer and serve them. Let me go ahead and show it off as well. And what we did today, it should just be a matter of connecting things and everything, but spawn. So we'll need a spawn timer as well to figure out where the customers are going. They'll go sit down, and then once they're reading the menu, you'll give them their order, and the music is off. So let me this and realize the audio. There you go. You're gonna go now. Not much of a left stream. Yep. Thank you for coming, Moon Raider. There we go. Thank you for coming. So the waiter. After the waiter comes, oh, they leave. But you'll get their order. You'll go over there. You'll play that small mini game, and you'll go back and forth between serving customers and customers rush. And that is the gist of the game. So it was asked about earlier, and since we do have some time, I can go ahead and show you my first game I made on Godot. And this game was made in 24 hours. And we'll go back to the itch. I'm hoping it'll be fun, as that was the whole goal behind it. I've gotten good, I've gotten good feedback for the rhythm part. So the hope is that now that we add the cafe and the rhythm part, it'll be fun. We can go ahead to here, scramble. If it'll let me type it in, and it will not. That is okay. I'll do it this way. 24 hours, yup. Now, granted, it wasn't done in a, crazy, yeah, I did go partially crazy. I will admit it, I'll be the first to admit it truthfully. It was just me doing a timer, so it wasn't done in one day. It was done in 24 hours. But if we go to here in studio mode, and I do a quick moving of this, wonderful, transition again. So you can see. So these are all of my games in my itch.io. And if we go into here, Starry Sky Scramble, someone was asking about it earlier, and since we do have some time left before the stream ends, in a few minutes, I can show it off. But if I click this, oh, never mind. The game decides it wants to open up in another browser. Let me go ahead and, if I go back into concepts for a second, and go back into here, and do like this, should be easiest. There we go. Transition once more. And I know, I forget who asked, but someone was asking about making a small game. This is a very small game, hence the 24 hours. It is a simple clicker game. Well, it's not a clicker game, but all you do to play is you just have to search around for these stars, and depending on the maturity of the stars is when you click them, and you get points. So it's just it's a survival game of seeing how many points you can get. My highest score is 75, but it's a matter of clicking on these guys and scrambling, hence the Starry Sky Scrambler. And that's all this game is. Simple for what it was, as well as my first game. And it seems I'm about to die. There's no escape button to press, but there is a death screen. And I'll die here, so you can see the death screen. If it'll let me die. There we go. See? Score of 8. And that's all it is. Return. Simple is the best way to start off, really. Exactly, yeah. I didn't want to take on too much, but after making this game, now I'm on my second game, which is the game I'm streaming and making up as I go. And lastly, for the person who asked about the customer waving signal, let me see if I can find it really quickly. Pixelart character. Always take on too much? Yeah, I had that problem too. I've been trying to get better at just slowly going about things and slowly adding on. You can see, for this game, I'm trying to make sure I take chunks out of what I'm doing in the game, making sure I have the rhythm part of the game done. Now that it's done, I move on to the cafe part. All right, what about the cafe? We have the player movement. Player movement's done, now we work on the customer. What do you need to do with the customer? So it's a matter of taking ideas and chunking them down, as this game did not have planning. It had very little planning, very much chaos, and oh boy. And that's pretty neat. Thank you, Disco. I'm glad you like it. So if we go back into here, where are we at? Wizard compiled? Here we go. Wonderful. And I can go into a sprite really quickly, just to show it off. Their animations aren't done, however. Someone was asking about, the customer waving. And so, yeah, we do have a customer waving animation that will be added, but right now it's just a simple image. It's fun to make small games like this fast. That's why you sometimes like to do game jams. Yeah, I love game jams. I like the idea of it. My issue is running into the fact that for a lot of game jams, because they have to be this way, a lot of game jams fall into the thing of being like a mini game. And I didn't want to make another mini game, as my first game was very much a quick do and do. And for this one, I wanted it to be larger than a mini game. Yeah, and thank you, yeah. And so these guys will definitely get a refresh. This is just placeholders to make sure I have some cute animations, cute little guys in the game. But now that that's all done, we're getting there slowly. A little guy, exactly. Oh boy, it's definitely come a long way, and I'm super excited. It should be 2 more weeks before the prototype is done, and then I can release the prototype, get some feedback on the prototype, and move on, and then we can spend the rest of November and December polishing the game and everything. So that'll be fun. And so yeah, a lot of times, yeah, you need super simple mechanics to make longer games. Yep, you gotta start with the basics to get bigger. So when saying all of that, thank you all for joining me on today's programming stream. It was fun, we got progress done, even if Godot did Godot things. Your art is very nice, especially the bigger pixel arts. Thank you. Yeah, I'm thinking of changing Gabriella, the main character's size, as I want more detail, but more detail means harder animations. Yeah, but small is hard to do well, but those look cute. Yeah, thank you. It's fun changing sizes and up and everything. So with that said, tomorrow we are going to do pixel art. We're going to be doing a pixel art vampire, and you get to help me make the pixel art vampire. So it'll be a thing of voting to see, all right, do we want to make a cute or scary vampire? Do we want the vampire to have longer, shorter hair? What color hair? We'll figure out all of those things. Create names, backstories, do all of that in preparation for our spooky Halloween-y game next week. And so if you enjoyed, I'm glad you did. It's always nice when you can do graphics too. You can't do that? Yeah, I had trouble doing it, which is why I'm trying to get better at it overall. And I'm glad you all liked it. And let's see, after that, what were we doing? I forget. Oh, day after tomorrow will be pixel art, and I'll be diving into the topic of food. I haven't drawn pixel art food before, so it'll be a process of learning all together, as yeah, since this cafe game needs food, I need to learn about drawing food. But with that done and that said, thank you for joining the stream, and I'm gonna go and figure out this other stuff and other things, and thanks for coming. And with that said, the button of ending. All right, take care, have a good breakfast, lunch, dinner, and see you soon. I got a question asked. I'm still here. I never left. When do I stream next? I stream on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays from 1 p.m. EST to 5 p.m. EST. So I stream tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yes, I appear. Okay, with those questions answered, now I go. Okay, where are we at? Ending. There we go. Okay, bye-bye.